Hello. Almost didn't make it, boys. Let me tell you something. I feel like sleep has not been on my side. Believe it or not, man, it's been rough. It's been a little rough. It's been a little rough. You get the slumpies, you know. I think I sleep decently enough. Actually, let me stop trolling. Yeah, what's up, Key? What's up, Warrior? What's up, Gorilla? Gooner with the dance. I see you. Charles. Too bad you can't skip work. That's a weird way to call it. Yeah, what's up, Original? How you doing? My greatness. That's what you missed. Check this out. Let me stop. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you bozos today? Salud. Oh my god, this coffee. I need another step. Hold on. Salute again. Bitcoin to the moon. XD. I should go get a coin, man. That shit's looking like it's going to. Wow, it's probably too expensive to get a coin. Holy fuck. How much is Bitcoin up at to right now at the moment? Too much. Too much for me to afford. Fuck. Bing, bing, bing. Good morning, guys. Good afternoon. Good evening. How did your siege day go? I want to say, hopefully, you guys had a good day. A win. Let's go. It's at 111,000. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I wonder if you could buy a portion of a full coin. I don't know how that works. I know you can buy partial stocks for other stuff, but Bitcoin's not technically a stock, right? It's a cryptocurrency, right? Something like that. I don't know the full semantics, so I'm not gonna pretend like I do. All right. How to restart my client? That's why I started off full screen. Yeah. Man, it's gonna sound mad hateful, but I feel like Drake's music's gotten a little lazy. He's found something that works for him, so he just listen. He kind of does the same shit over and over. Is that just me? He's a good artist, man, but like, I don't know. I don't know. Jury's out. Drake crying again? Well, easy win, and then I left the clan. Damn. What did I miss? You buy however much you want. Gotcha. So you can buy a portion of it. Nah, that's cool. That's no different than like a stock then. What the fuck? All right, where am I at today? So I got to do Spooter. I still got to do CT as well. Gear enhancement. I got to finish that up too as well. So we got to do some enchanting today, if maybe. I'm about to lose more inventory space though. Yeah, ready? Ooh, baby. We get clan relic materials now, too? Here, I'll show you. Facts, nah, you're correct. It's the same. Nah, I mean, like, some of his songs are, like, they're up there. They're pretty good. Other songs kind of feel like I don't know, it's like he got a little lazy with that shit, man. Never listened to Drake, so I can't make an opinion. Wow, toxic, lol. What do you mean? I waited till Siege was over? Let's just say the clan and my interests didn't align anymore. Okay. But I found a new home. What you looking for, cutie? Apparently nothing. He found a new home, bro. Okay, we got Knights Rev. We got an Ogren. Shadowkin. Another Ogren. Barbarian. A Dark Elf, finally. Another Barbarian. And a Dark Elf, okay, finally. Let's go. Not bad. Let me get rid of my defenses. Wait, did anybody hit me? Okay. Why is it still showing up? Stop it. Okay. Stupid AI is like acting up. All right, let's see clan boss drops. Yeah, what's up, Reef? How you doing, man? Which tier are you in? You should know the answer to that. Is that flex? A little bit. A little bit. Yeah, we got a void off of a brutal. Is that brutal or nightmare? No, it's brutal, right? Off of a brutal box. Let's go. Okay. Shit. Okay. Lego shard, not bad. Especially with 2x coming up. All right, all right, all right. And a void shot to touch it off, too. I don't think I got the avatar, or do you get it automatically? I wasn't paying attention. Ah, shit, we do. That looks so bad. How many of them changed? Fucking infinite, and we're just gonna flex their fucking pay to win. Whatchamacallit. Actually, wait. That avatar matters if you get all the champs, no? Or am I tripping? Holy fuck, we all are. Okay. That's a wall of them right there. That's cool. That's something new. Fuck it. I'll change it back later. I think the gold one that I had on earlier is a little bit better. Yeah, that one just feels so... It feels so blocky. I do like the castle theme. I just think the purple, the color tone is like... It's throwing me off a little bit. Oh my god, I got no space. Fuck. So I reached gold 2 in live arena today. Congrats. Yo, gold 4 win though. You slacking. My defense got attacked by 3 different people, 2 times each, 1 all. Who'd you go against? Nice, I got 5 defense wins. Hell yeah. My team didn't even get hit once. Both my teams got hit. When I went to bed, one of my teams didn't get hit. The other one already did get hit. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I guess I just go across, huh? Why not, brother? Fuck it. I don't know, different language. Yeah, but are they like in the top 100 or whatever? You could just use that as a like. What's their clan number? 314 small before their name. Is that a district clan? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, so you could look at well, like one of your defense logs or whatever, and you could see like click on their name and then click on the clan tag. If they have like a top 100 clan, you can say something there. If they're not top 100, then I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter at that point. I don't think these guys are geared. I believe in actually Wukong might be. Looks like Wukong is. Nice. I give it to you, no interruption. I triggered his passive. I saw it. Amatsu, what's up, man? Yo, make sure you check your DMs today. I'm gonna punch you. If you didn't. I think he can kind of hold it down on his own. I don't think he's got gear on either, though. If I can avoid moving it, though, I'd be down. That's fine. Easy way to do by 3 T's where it even hit. That's crazy. Yeah, he's definitely missing gear. Whew. Sorry, guys. I gotta wake up. Oh, my God. Drink that coffee. I started already. It's kind of weird. I'm kind of like not in the mood for it because my body's still like kind of like not fully revved up. It feels weird right now. I got that. You know how you got the sleepy jitters, like where you're just now waking up and you're still there, body's like kind of like it's warming up. It's warming up. It's a weird experience, but it's warming up. Butt chug the coffee. That's just nasty. What the fuck? What the fuck? Actually. This man said butt chug the coffee. That's crazy. The proper term is spoofing it. Oh, God. I feel like we've had this conversation before. Wait, it was Charles that didn't know what that meant. Oh, shit. Hold on real quick. Let me get some crap on him. Oh, he had nothing on. Damn. One of this, like, I regret Googling that. You know what I mean? Fuck. That's funny. Let's see if we can put together a build without having to take from anybody else. Wait, people, come on. I technically don't need to go there anymore. We could do something else then. Sing hallelujah. Sing hallelujah. Shit, I mean, doesn't mean you have to be stopped, though. Hold up. Oh, we hit it. Let's go, baby. It's actually not bad. Shit. Okay. Yo, leftover gear, Pog? Charles Googled it. We haven't seen him since. At least now you can get your chance properly again now that you don't have to sink millions into Fact Wars. So the free gear removal has actually been really, really nice for that. I just saved my free gear removal from whenever I want to move gear around and do my quick clear, and then I move it back afterwards, which is kind of nice. Sometimes I even do other shit with it, like the free gear removal. So yeah, I agree. It's definitely a little bit easier. For right now, though, I still got to finish up developing the full teams. Where's my personal spreadsheet? I think I closed it. I did, yeah. Hold on. I don't know if I want to listen to the song right now. High Elves. What did I use? I used Arbiter. Definitely Royal. Lenothril. Tyrell. And who's my last? It was an Arbiter, Royal Guard, Lenothril, Tyrell, and then I feel like I'm missing somebody, bro. Fudge. Hey, my goodie. I forgot who my fifth was. Son of a bitch. It wasn't Basilius, right? No. Hey, my Karina. This song's so stupid. Was it Burgess? It wasn't Burgess, was it? Shit, I'll come back to that though. But I kind of got like a well-rounded out list now of team member, champion, whatever you want to call it. I used it to beat it, so I'll probably just run something like that back for the clears, stuff like that. Galatier, fuck off. Fina, fuck off ×2. Fina, you're so confident about it. Fuck off too, by the way. Pete. What up, D? GG's on the win, by the way. Yeah, you want to take a tally? You want to take a tally how many of them show up and say GG's? I got 5 on it. That's petty. I'll shut up. I'm sorry. Scaramus is the correct answer, though? Damn. Actually, you might be right. Hold on. You are right. You sexy bitch. Thanks. Damn, how did I miss Garamus and I talked about Tyrell? Tyrell? Tyrell. What the fuck? Yeah, you're actually right. That was the one I was missing. Ironically. GG's on the win from OBV. Oh my god. Thank you, Amatsu. Wrong OBV, but you know what? Appreciate it nevertheless, right? God, he called me sexy. Do it again. I'm close. That's nasty. Repent. Get therapy. Hey, suck my wiener. All right, let me see. SoulSaint, is it better to buy energy as a low spender? I feel like I need to focus more on upgrading champions I already have. Energy is always going to be good no matter what state of progression you're in. If you are early, late, mid, or in-game, energy is always going to be the universal currency to go for if you don't know what to go for. Most early game accounts, though, don't really have like a crazy champion pool, though. So like I would argue that like maybe that could be something you can invest towards. And then subsequently, once you start getting champion pool, getting like a Getting blessings for said champion pool also doesn't hurt. But if you're looking for a justification to go for energy, you have it. You have my blessing. Go, be fruitful, multiply. No, like seriously, it's never a bad thing to invest towards if you're looking to upgrade like your account a little bit more. But the thing is, what you do with it is very important, so keep that in mind too. I think early game, like it starts off pretty shard heavy because you need to develop a champion pool, but then eventually it needs to go towards blessing / gear. Blessings, I think a lot of people don't mind that because it's still kind of like the gamba. But a lot of people neglect the energy side of things for sure. I'm gonna start being more restrictive on my whatchamacallit. I need to keep like only like 6-star shit. The speed ones be cooking me though. I'd be like, yo, what if I hit like a pin to there? I'm too poor to be thinking like that though. Church. Nah. Double check. I don't know what my accessories are there. Same with Sylvan, actually. I don't even know if I got anything for Sylvan. We'll double check. He tells her sick to repent. Monthly gem pack is also always a solid option. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Doc, it's hard to say without like fully knowing your champion pool, but I would argue like it's kind of a cube now, actually. Well, the cube you can't really get control unless you're like activated, but like the other three will feed into it, right? Champion pool blessings are something that you can just like pull with leisure. So like obviously buying and investing in those doesn't hurt. But once you get to a certain point where your champion pool is pretty decent, then it is a big suggestion to go energy. Energy is probably like the most guaranteed to give you value. Whether that's farming for resources or farming for gear, farming for progression on your characters like masteries and shit like that. Energy is always going to be universally used, so it's never a bad thing per se. For show. Make sure not to buy shit energy packs. I prefer to buy in bulk when they have 300 energy per dollar, but I think absolute minimum you should buy for is 200. No. 200's too low. At the very least, you can expect yourself to, like, if you really want my recommendation, at the very least, you should set yourself as an expectation that, like, the daily energy pack one that you can get, it's like it's kind of like the daily gym pack type deal. That one's at 240 per dollar, right? That should be that should be your minimum because you can get that consistently. Yeah, it may not be like a crazy amount of energy in one go, but at the very least, that's a decent standard to go off of. Like, 200 is way too fucking low in my opinion. Truthfully. Oh, I stole it. Nice. Shit on, kid. Yeah, I'd say try to set yourself at least 240. Personally, though, fuck, man. What would I want for a deal? Ideally, deals you want to kind of be more close to like 275 to 300 plus. You know, obviously those aren't very common, but definitely don't try to go too low. I think 200 is a bit too low because you're gonna get a lot. You're gonna get a lot of offers that are gonna be in the 200s, but I think 240 or higher is at the very least set that. I think that's a good minimum. I'll show you what I'm talking about, so you can kind of have a better idea what I'm referring to. I see 63.85 energy for $30 pack, and I'm super tempted. I want to try to get this fusion. This fusion is good. That's a good one to go for. I meant like 220. My bad. Yeah, 200 is too low. I almost want to say 220 is too low. I mean, if we're being real, I mean, even the 240 is too low. To be honest with you. But I mean, you're accepting a level of like compromise at that point, though, and I think you need to be aware of that if you are going by those rule of thumbs. You know what I mean? I'm not a big fan of telling anybody outside of like I don't like telling people like, oh, if you're gonna get something, at least set this as a minimum. I think you should always try to give yourself the standard of going for like the best option you can get. Obviously, easier said than done, because like when the need arises for, you're gonna get the deals that are dog shit. I hate to say it, but Planium's not stupid in that regard. Which is why you should be proactive with your purchases, not reactive. That is something that's very true. You buy for the future, not for the day. And that's how you have a better experience in Raid. You can also join our Discord whenever you have more questions. We do have a channel that I believe it's Smiley. He has like we have a channel in our Discord where that we kind of shoehorn the information that Smiley does. And I've been watching whenever he does like big deals and he talks about it and discusses them. You see what I'm showing right here on screen? And I kind of find good agreement with him, to be honest with you. So like if it's a trash deal, you obviously don't buy it. If it's above average is when you start looking like, okay, yeah, sure, maybe. And then like the really good deals, he'll tell you too. Like whenever it's like a really good deal, those are the ones that you should consider buying if you're ever going to get into a specific currency. And I find myself agreeing with his synopsis a little bit more than disagreeing with it. So that's a good sign, you know. Obviously, it's semantics. At the end of the day, the best price is the one you're happy with. But I would argue that if you want to know like what history / values that we've had before, and that can maybe like dictate whether or not you'd want to say yes to a certain type of pack deal, then definitely use that as a reference. It's a good resource. It's a good resource. What's up, Fruit? What's up, Follower? How you doing? I agree. I only buy 280 and up. A mini buy for 220 and stuff. Also like him right now. If he must buy energy to finish fusion, then he probably needs to go down to 220. Yeah. I'm not saying that you can't do it. I mean, obviously it's your money. You ball out however you want. But I would argue that if you're looking for information about what is considered a good deal, I wouldn't go below a certain restriction. And then at the very least, I would say probably the 240 because that's a reoccurring pack that you can get that's actually semi-decent. And here's the thing, like, Play-Aim is going to dress up a lot of packs and make them look like a certain value, when in reality, they're kind of like reskins of shit packs, to be honest. And that's just the truth. Whether we like it or not, I mean, it's just the truth. But, let me finish this matchup and I'll show you guys. I got to remember to do it. I'm over here just doing my dailies. Man, why am I congested? I didn't know the formula, so thank you. Yeah, you just tally up the total amount of energy. Like, you convert it, if it's bottles, you convert it into raw energy. That total number, and then you divide it by the cost, and that will tell you exactly what the value per dollar is. Big D said in a sarcastically asshole kind of way. Fucker. Be nicer, you shitter. I'm right, yourself, nothing to do in Raid right now? You think so? I feel like... Well, Thursdays are the calm before the storm. Fridays is when it really tees up because we get like Chimera reset and shit. But fair enough. This is kind of like the calm after the storm because we just finished up Siege and we got what Siege, and we're just in between Chimera because Chimera. This is lockout day, right? So like if you didn't finish your Chimera, you're excluded from the clash side of things, right? How much longer do we have to on Fusion raids? I also have that in the Discord. If you want to know the Fusion schedule, I have a channel for it too as well, where you can see the full calendar of everything that's available. Right now, we're kind of I want to say we're past the halfway point. So hopefully you've been on top of at least a couple of them. If not, then you're hurting yourself, to be honest. What the fuck? Bing, 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 bing. Black Friday had best price on energy deal I've seen since been playing. So typically the better deals are on holidays. So like, to be honest with you, outside of the rare occasion of like good deals, like, okay, so what they do is, depending on the occasion, they always throw deals associated to the occasion. You have to be careful with those because not all of them are good. There are some that are good though, like the Void Pack that we got during the Void 2X was a good deal. So sometimes like the pack streams, sometimes not all of them, but sometimes some of those are pretty good that you get throughout the weeks that you play. But typically holiday events is where you see like good deals kind of pop up. Typically, and that's where you kind of go in. And to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure a lot of the more veteran, experienced players would do this. That's where they dip their toes into spending a lot of money, and they buy like a crap ton of like those energy packs that are like $300 per, and they just sit on them until they get to an event like where we are at now. This period that we're in right now is where you consume those resources pretty aggressively, whether it's for fusion or time limited events like the event dungeon. You know. And then, yeah, although it's not really a holiday, the other time frames that they do it too is like anniversary appearance. So like Christmas, New Year, right? That's one. And then I want to say February, March-ish is where they start ramping up for a big campaign. So they do campaign periods. Like what we're in right now is technically a campaign. We're on the tail end of it, though, with Chaos Awakes. Earlier this year, we had Alice in Wonderland, I believe. Sometimes they do some okay-ish deals there. Then I want to say, like, closer to, like, April, I want to say, is first anniversary. Fast forward 2 months and some change, you get anniversary number 2. So one's raid, one's for Plarium. They do good deals during those. Then it goes dry. It goes dry for a hot period. I don't think they had any like crazy good deals during like July for like Independence Day for the U.S. or anything like that. You got to remember they're not a North American company, so and I don't think they put any big packs out for like just like their own national like holidays or whatever. So I don't think you see anything there. Sometimes I like that. It's hit or miss for me, in my opinion, on them. But sometimes they like to turn up a little bit during Halloween. Plarium is big into Halloween for some weird ass reason. And then obviously November. So I think that's what, Black Friday, and then Christmas, obviously. Am I missing any other holidays in between that they really kind of tee up? I'm trying to think. I finished all this, right? Yeah. Golden Week? Was Golden Week good though? I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. I only have 75 GOM shards. That sounds like you're behind, brother. Probably on Sunday I'll finish the fusion. What's up, Juju? Do the calculations I won't be able to complete the fusion, but it's my fault for slacking. Let's afford. No, not good, but a lot of shit. Okay. Make an effort to doing better when they move it forward. Yeah, a lot of it's about resource management, man. I do have a video on YouTube about like saving and like how to use stuff on a daily basis. Like you try to like if you're trying to be frugal and you're trying to be like free to play in a sense, the best way you could do it is basically you minimize as much as possible the amount that you would consume. And you try to save the stuff that can be saved. So like, you know how you get like bottles that go to like your storage box at the top right whenever you're in the bastion? Little chest. You try to leave those as much as possible. You leave those alone. And then when you get to an event where you need to consume a lot of resources, like fusions are typically one of the big ones, that's when you dip into those. And then the moment you're done, but you do bare minimum, right? You do bare minimum and then you cut yourself off. Luxury isn't a thing that you can afford, right? And then I guess pre-prep is another thing too. Instead of just like plus 16 gear and whatnot too, that's another big resource that a lot of people fail on. You're saving as much as possible, maybe only enchanting up to a certain point preemptively, but you're saving. So like gear enhancement, like artifact enhancements are typically, you get points not when you do +2, +3. You get it when you go +4. You get it when you go +8, 12, and 16, right? So like you try to prep it like that way. Maybe you go up to plus 11 on a piece that you're already at like plus 8 on or something like that, and then you just wait, and then you pop it, saving and minimizing a little bit of silver. I don't know. Some people do that. And then shards wise, obviously, just don't pull fucking whenever you want. You pull only during events, literally. And that's kind of what it is. You really only pull resources or consume resources during specific time frames. Every other time frame between that, you're stockpiling, and that's the best way. That's technically the best way to do it. Now, if you can afford yourself some currency and whatnot, then obviously you can be a little bit more relaxed with your consumption. But I can't help but think of Michael Bay whenever I hear this song. Like, you know, Transformers or some shit. I don't know. Should be at least 175 shards right now, right? No, you should be more than that. I am currently at... I think I'm at like 250. I've done some of the events already that are currently active, but I still got like one or two more that I got to finish. I think you should be pretty close to 300 now at this point with all the available fragments. Anybody that's finished right now with all the like events leading up to this, and you did the summon rush, the second summon rush, where are you at? I want to say you should be pretty close to like 300 now. Only missed a 25 from the extra summon rush, so technically 325. Okay, yeah. So there you go. Now, Dark Runner, although I'm going to caution you this, it's very unrealistic. The only way that I can see you getting yourself back into the fusion is if you're able to pull the epic itself, because the epic is active in the champion pool. The epic is active in the champion pool. But that's a Hail Mary. That's a really risky Hail Mary, and I'd rather you set your expectations low if you're going to try that route. But hey, it's not impossible. Chances aren't zero. I skipped the extra summer rush too. So you should, like, if you're skipping the second summer rush, then you just take whatever the total possible you can get in minus 50. Or if you only went partially, then 25. I think it's 25 and 25, right? You get the idea though, in terms of like roughly where you should be at. And the 300 should be where you're either at or close to. He needs to pull 2 epics at this point, though. Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's unrealistic, but I don't want to completely diminish. If he's really adamant about trying for it, then obviously you can try that route. What's up, you pick? How you doing, man? Trying to drop 2K? God damn, bro. Imagine somebody did that much just to try to get a fusion. It's crazy. Wouldn't the chances of you getting that champion just be better if you pulled like straight up voids at that point? Don't quote me on that. Bro, if I had money like that, I'd be dropping hella money on these games. Damn. My goal is to strive to have the champion pool like Big D. And I'm not glazing him because fuck you, Big D. But low-key, Big D probably has like the most diverse champion pool that I know of. Well, outside of the Giga Whale. Like, he's a whale. He's a cracker, dare I say, but holy shit. There are some people who literally have almost every champion in the game. Yeah. I like Big D's champion pool. That's all I'm going to say. So I wouldn't mind having a little more of that. Finally started farming Spider 20 in under 1 minute. Should help with my gear situation. Hell yeah, brother. Why am I getting the red dot? That shit's annoying. Alright, so I can't do anything about this 10. So that's Curse City done. Doom Tower done. I got Demon Lord key. Wait, did I not do my key? What the fuck? You waiting for... There we go. All right. I don't know what I'm gonna do for Hydra stuff today. We'll try to see if we can piece something together for it. The other two keys aren't really too crazy. Today is Thursday, right? This is what I would put my defenses in. I think Siege Red Dot means someone else moved or changed something, like removed or added team. Gotcha. Well, that's cool. Yeah, let me put my teams in. Hold on real quick. I might as well go do it now so I don't forget later. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing. I've become so numb. You there. All right, there we go. I still hated that Playam always releases a TTA tourney over the weekend. Really? I feel like that's a good time. You just wait until after the reset, and then you get nothing but free defenses, man. So getting like those rewards are like super easy. I feel like the midweek ones are the weird ones because like you're kind of ramping up for like you're ramping up for like defense to like promo or stay or whatever, you know. What am I listening to? Why does it sound so low too? But yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like this week's been good to us, man. I can't complain, bro. I can't kill a Geo. My nice is free to play. Feels bad, man. Oh no, not two of them. What the fuck? Hold on, I got a text message. I'm talking shit, D. I'm just talking shit, bro. Caring, I'm caring. All right, let me see here. It's a filthy one. What's a filthy one? You want to know somebody I've actually been like super enjoying lately? It's this bozo right here. I feel like getting Astronaut when I got him was actually such a W. I've been looking out night and day. Go any further than this. Also, my first match at Gold 2, I basically went up against you because they used Mari, Nais, Horse, Gizzy, and Arbaeus. I've been going more Go second teams just to kind of like test myself in the aspect of like being able, like what happens if you go against someone who's just faster than you. So that's kind of why I've been playing the way I've been playing lately. Like I know how to go first comps. Those are kind of like no-brainers, but having to deal with like a comp where they're going to get their turn first and how do you survive that in this meta has kind of been like a little bit more interesting to kind of explore. And that's why I've been doing what I've been doing a little bit, you know? What's good? What's that, Chemo? Bing, 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 bing. Kimo, I went against you yesterday, didn't I? I was like, wait, where do I remember that name? I think we fought you yesterday. I think. In LA? Nope. You and I. Yeah, I think we did. For you and I. Yeah, we did. I like how it just looks like Gizmac whenever he's throwing his A1. He's like Hawk 2 and at somebody. It's like a little wind-up. Meet me halfway. Did I destroy you? Come on, bro. We both know better. What up, Akil? Hey, does the reflex set reduce the skill cooldown by one turn or a full reset of skills? I think it's one turn. I think it's only one turn. Memory serves me correctly. You don't get a full reset. Any further than this. No, you lost, Chemo? Nah, man, I was gonna say, yeah, of course he won. Ah, fuck. Because I'm free to play, right? We gotta make it believable at this point, dude. Sure. I like your name, by the way. It's technically supposed to be Achilles' ankle. That's pretty cool. That's clever. I'm going to look back at it. You don't have to. It's okay. I wasn't trying to make you relive the fight. I was just more so just like, yo, I remember, like, where do I remember your name from? And then it's like, oh, yeah, we fought you the other day. Obviously, we know you from being here, too. You showed up a couple times before. I personally wasn't trying to put any malice in there, you know what I mean? I can't speak for Zephyr. It's like, nah, you lost, dog. Shit on, kid. I don't even think he meant it that way. It's just the way it came out, dude. And you know what? This is one of the hardest things about like being on like the internet and stuff. It's like you can't understand tone sometimes. Like sometimes, like the way certain text messages come off, they come off as someone being an asshole. And then, like, that may not be the intention, you know what I mean? That is, like, the number one hardest thing, I would say. I still remember the dude from yesterday that left faster than Soul realized. Boy, that motherfucker was, like, he was hovering over the exit button. That shit was fast, man. I wasn't expecting it. That's what caught me off guard. I think I see what it says like, yo, maybe you should stay in there a little longer. You might have a chance. And my first like, nah, dog. I didn't strip you, or I think he used Odin and he tried to strip somebody and he didn't take everybody's stun skin. I think it was my Commodus. My Commodus, right when my Commodus got a turn, that boy was gone. I was like, damn, okay. I mean, obviously, yeah, I would win, but like, damn, that quick? Like, do you know how quick you have to be to go like up here, click button, then surrender? That motherfucker was like hovering on it as he was doing his abilities. The abilities resolved, click, click, click. I was like, shit. You know what I mean? That was fast. I'm gonna avoid doing that. Come on, baby. Speed. Oh. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. Why'd you have to dick tease me, bro? Fuck this game, man. I hate this game, dog. I swear. Bitch. What's better, reflex plus 1 set impulse or 3 sets of impulse? Personally, for me, the best sets I've seen so far have been like, well, obviously impulse. It's gonna be impulse plus something else, but I think it was like what, merciless. Actually, I think the 4-piece merciless gives you like a good cooldown too. No, is that technically the best in slot nowadays? For like, if you're just trying to reset cooldowns off cooldown. 30% chance. And then you get a 12%. So yeah, I probably like Merc and Impulse. Or I guess technically you could do Merciless and Reflex. Technically it's Merciless Reflex, right? So you do 4 up here, that's Reflex. 2 and then 2 gives you Merciless. And then you have a throwaway slot, you can do whatever the hell you want. So probably Merciless Reflex, but that's if you have the accessories for it. You need 2 from the bottom row. Trick question. I caught him slipping, boys. Thunder cheeks? No, they're saying dirty deeds, not thunder cheeks. Okay. What the fuck? Yeah, I need to see where we're at with the tournaments and stuff. I think I finished off the right side of the Kurosa. I probably should do a little bit more. These guys are kind of not like doing too much. Maybe I go for. I'll do it later. I need to prep up for the Gear Essential one. I think these guys might be a little bit higher. Yeah, 12K. Fuck. That's not too bad. I'm already at 10. So I might take this one. Yeah, I might take this one. Just need skills back as fast as possible. Well, there you go. This should work, right? Actually, no. I need to check something. I actually need to check something because I think I used him for Chimera recently, you know? I'm glad I looked. Dude, not having inventory space can suck. Never mind, I'll shut up. There we go. This should work now. I don't know if Coxus Maximus, I don't know if he has his whatchamacallit yet or not. Yeah, if you want my honest opinion, Akil, you probably go Merc and Reflex. Impulse is not a bad alternative, though. If you don't have the accessories to be able to get the other 2 pieces needed to do the the reflex side, then I would just do, or to do the merciless side, you just do reflex plus impulse. It's fine. That's fine. It's for True as a Dark Elf Lego. Want to test him out for his healing? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I don't mean to yawn in y'all's face. I need to figure out the plan for. I need to figure out the plan for Chimera going into the tomorrow. Apparently, there's a way you could track. Hold on, let me find it. Ugh. My God, dude. Actually, no. I got that answer already. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I got to prep up for that going into the next week. Busy day, you know? I love the fact that I got the G nuts, by the way. This QOL is nice. These runs don't take too long either, which is kind of nice too. I wonder if there's like a one-tap team for Iron Twins. Like, what is that actual? I think not, right? Because you have thresholds you have to hit, right? Shit. Yeah, I'm curious. Whew. Dang, I ain't getting no whatchamacallit this time. No essence. Feels bad, bro. I actually kind of need to. So yesterday and the day before yesterday, Rotos popped up, and then Harma popped up in the shop last night, and they're both 300, right? Because it's the last star. That kind of felt bad. Let's see, where am I at for blessings? Yeah, Rotos is one. There was one other person that I missed that I felt bad about. I think it was Stock. Stock's 6-star popped up in the shop too, and I couldn't get it. So that's like 3 big ones. I was like, man, I kind of wanted that, you know? It was either Stock or Fabian, which I wouldn't mind getting Fabian. His last star. Maybe I'd use him more. I don't know. So Stock, Fabian, Harma, and then Rotos, I think were the big ones that like popped up in the shop, and I was like, man, damn. Then I also have to decide if I want to like upgrade Ramontu. Ramontu's been pretty fun to play with lately. Yeah. Think someone did something with the Phoenix one-shot Iron Twins thing? Really? Okay. I was just looking at the RSL leaderboards. I didn't see anything, but I don't have all the pages unlocked, I think, or showing. Well, maybe. Hold on. There is a 1-second run. Yeah, there is. Shit, okay. Oh my god, I still don't have space. Alright. Today's gonna be a little bit more relaxed, to be honest with you guys. I actually don't have too much to throw at y'all. Starts to come alive. Bring, bring. I need to regear some of my champions for some of this stuff, but music in the air and lots of love in everywhere. So give me the night. I don't know who I want to use here. Actually, you know what? I have an idea. Wait, romance. Yeah. You just do that. And lots of loving everywhere. Yeah, you still got gear on too? Okay, cool. I can try using this team instead. A lot of blues. Least important one got locked. Didn't get locked out though, so that's not as bad. Give me the night. Fuck. Sheepo. The Admiral Black Tusk Flex. That's crazy. Yeah, I wonder if this guy got, I wonder if he has protection on. Let's see. He does! That's one beefy Brogni, though. God damn. Dude, I was doing some work on somebody's account the other night, and you know, in Faction Wars, that wave where they have like Ancora, what's his name, Narcisse, and the Commodus. Bro, trying to control that wave, when you don't have like a crazy damage deal, like your damage output is like not all that crazy, is fucking rough. But I will say this though, for those of you guys that have a Furad, your experience in the Dwarves Faction Wars has got to be a lot easier. I didn't realize like how good he was until I like started using him myself. But I did not know, or at least I didn't pay attention to this. His A2 ability to increase the cooldown of all the skills except his champion by 1 turn was actually kind of nasty for cycling. That with his A3. His A3 is sicko mode too. Damage-wise, he's kind of mediocre, but like that control, that's just nice. That's just nice. I think I got through like keep your HP above like let me see. Hold on. I forgot I'm on my account. Give me the night. This right here, keep your champions at HP above 75% was so fucking free. You just had to be patient and just make sure you had him CC locked. And then you pair him with like Torment, it's even better. Bro, I was just like cruising. That wave is fucking impossible. You can't one-shot it, Cora. Yeah, believe you me, I tried. I tried. I was like, man, I'm too tired for this shit. Fioret's a goat, yeah. He's pretty good. He's pretty good for the Faction War side of things, which kind of good. I mean, like, it's still justifying this statement. Where if you have, like, the mythicals for the Faction Wars, it's definitely a lot easier. You know what I mean? And, like, I had to do without him, so I had to use, like, alternative CC measures, but I mean, like, even then, though, it's still, like, it was impressive. Yeah, I think out of all the factions I've had, the pleasure or displeasure of progressing through, the only two most frustrating ones would be High Elves and Ogryn for me. Ogryn because of the bomb. That one bomb one has still traumatized me. And then High Elves is just a little bit more of a struggle bus because I feel like my options are a little bit lackluster comparatively. I guess also not to mention too, like the Unity champions. But to be real with you, I have only used two Unity champions. I think I only have two that I actually. Yeah. I know I have the Barb one I used. I used the Skinwalkers. No, I don't have the Skinwalkers. I have the Orcs. Orc was big. Aragos was a big deal there. And that's it. That's all I got, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I only used two. So I didn't have that luxury going for me too. I wonder anybody that has Losan, did you use it during did you use him during Knight's Rev? And was it kind of free or no? Going against him, he sucked ass to deal with, but like I wonder how it feels when you're using him on your side. Obviously, it's not exactly the same experience. Senna also makes that faction super easy. Senna does good. She's not the only end all. I mean, you can go as fast as you want and you still get cooked, but the combination of both those two makes it a lot more feasible though. That was a legendary run. What, the Ogryn? I don't want to ever go through that shit again if I can help it, dog. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to do anybody else's faction wars for a hot minute. I'll take my victory for right now, and I'm gonna sit on that bitch, dude. I really don't want to do other people's stuff, especially like if their progression is a little bit more behind mine. Mine was tough as it is how I felt. I'm not trying to play this game on like an incredible difficulty, you know what I mean? Speaking of which, I still gotta do that shit. Fuck. Tiptoes in when we sing Yeah, I gotta figure out I gotta figure out a 21 team with doors that's auto friendly. I forgot about that. Trincetta. I think I got the doors one unlocked though. Or not doors, but the demon spawn one. So we'll do that in a little bit. Let me just make sure I didn't get anything else messed up. Sorry, boys. I don't know what's going on with my I'm congested as shit. Fuck it. TX is absolutely absurd for lizards. Yeah, I think the Unity champions. Well, obviously, TX is going to do good no matter what, because he's just a straight up damage dealer. The damage dealer for that faction. Well, you got Lazarius too. Lazarius kind of carried me there. Yeah, Lazarius kind of carried me there. So I guess we had that going for us, but. How you get like this? I'll let that go for now. I think they show that clip to inspirational stuff. So what if you're missing two legs? This guy did Ogryn with one bomb. You can do it too. Oh my god. So you are willing to do our faction wars? Thanks! Exclamation takeover. I'm gonna increase the price of that bitch too. I'm gonna make it difficult. Fuck. You're screaming Royal got one shot of the last wave on your last run? On your first run? Yeah, I found fucks. Hold on. Fucks was one of the ones that world firsted, by the way, for Polara. He was the one I was racing against. But, yeah, he beat me. Go for it. You balling like that? You can waste chickens so luxuriously? You're gonna go back to be free to play, by the way. He beat that ass is what he told me to say. Not full DK. He's shaking my head. I know, right? I think he was trying to do a T. You know, like the that's why you had like a third one in that one. I don't know. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. I wasn't expecting Royal Garden to one tap that wave, but because I knew that he could one tap that wave, when I got to it the second go round where I cleared it, I made sure that I had the trials done beforehand, and then I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna nuke," and it worked. I was like, "Yeah." I actually had to do it twice, believe it or not, because like the first one I weak hit the what's his name, I weak hit the Aragos, and the Aragos just cooked my team, and I was like, I'm not rebounding back from this. So I reset it and did it the second time around, and that time I had it like prepped up to line up, so like it went perfectly, and then boom, we nut. Come on. Ooh, around. I'm gonna do a poll. I want you guys to participate in this real quickly. How many of you guys I'm gonna give y'all 2 minutes to do this. Look at the poll in Twitch chat for those of you guys that are here. Do y'all think Titus is actually gonna get nerfed after all these events are done? Even though they said they weren't planning to do anything at the moment, do y'all think it's actually gonna get nerfed? I watched the video and it helped a lot. I will be smarter with my resources now. Hell yeah, brother. It's a little dated, but I think the concept of it is still the same, though. Like, you want to be precautious with stuff, you know? Not working as intended? Intended. Yeah. Spelling is hard. Talking is too, brother. He's not getting nerfed. He'll get rebalanced. All right. Yep, right after everyone blows their resources on the 5-star soul. You think so, huh? He's not getting nerfed. He's going to get rebalanced. And nerfing shield stuff probably. Oh, so you think they're going to do like a indirect nerf? Yeah, that's fair. Damn, he's in a PvE build and he still broke through that. That's kind of cool. If Trunda still exists, I think he'll be fine. See, the thing is, though, is that, like, Trunda's been out for a long period of time, so, like, the time that we've had to invest to it is astronomically higher than Titus, you know? Yeah, I'd argue that. Now, is that the justification for them not touching Trunda? Well, I mean, they rebalanced her, sort of. So here's the thing. You guys are actually going to... Could you imagine what we would have been able to do in the current Hydra format if we left original OG Trunda in play? The numbers that we're getting back up to were free low for the last version of Trunda. And I think the reason why they had to adjust Trunda was the way they did was because of the fact that we were getting introduced to a lot more stuff that was kind of power creepy. Blessings and relics and all that stuff like that that was on the horizon, right? Shit, gear sets for that matter. So I want to argue that it makes kind of sense that they did some kind of adjustment. Now, they did specifically say that it wasn't a nerf, it was an adjustment. So fast forward to where we are today, they didn't lie to us. Kinda. Now, whether or not people are still happy with it, I mean, that's subjective. I can't speak to that, but they already did a shield nerf, I thought, though. Or they'll fuck it up like Trunda and Hydra and fuck up Chimera because of him. Okay. Semantics and wordsmithing, yeah. How should I build my Lasan? That's a great question. Honestly, I feel like just building him tanky as shit makes it work, to be real. I don't have a Lasan, so I can't really say. I have to like re-edumacate myself on his kit. I know he has the HP balance, which is why I was thinking that. Right? Yeah, so I think you just build him tanky, like make him a fucking tank. A Mack truck, and then I think he'll do his job. Decent speed and all that shit too. Nice. Alright, so we're a couple days away from the legendary skill tombs, which means that we'll probably get reset before that, and I'll be pretty close. But I do need to save up for it. I'm going to skip the ancient shard then. I think I care about legendary books more than I care about an ancient shard right now. Yeah. Yeah, we're not doing too bad. Build Osan like the one in the Faction Wars? True. Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Build him like a tank, give him some decent speed, let him cook. Let me see, hold on. Ignore defense effects against this champion are decreased by 100% is wild. Yeah, this dude's nasty. Holy fuck. It feels like, it seems like KR accessories are so hard to get from Hydra, for real. Like, you talking about Stone Skate or Protection? I feel like it's hard to get good ones. Debatably. I gotta do crypts. I don't want to do crypts right now, though. I'm being lazy. Yeah, I'm being lazy. I gotta do a Hydra key, too. I think I used my whatchamacallit last night, too, like an idiot. And I was supposed to grab one from the Cursed City side. I had, like, one or two spots that I could have grabbed one on. And I didn't. Like a dummy. Yeah, there's the other one. Shit, I forgot. Stone Skin, got you, okay. Still can't get a proper Embrius build going. I got like 3 total Stone Skins and 2 are rings. That's tough. Yeah, you're short one. I need to get my Embrius rebuilt. The problem is that I was using gear that I ended up putting towards somebody else, and I like that somebody else better than Embrius. So I kind of need to go back to the billboard. I didn't achieve what I wanted to achieve on the last free gear removal, which is kind of unfortunate. because I end up prioritizing like currently active things instead of the total accounts progression. And that's my fault. It's really just my fault. I was doing a lot of work on a bunch of other people's accounts, and I didn't structure my time as well as I should have, to be honest. All right, let me focus up here. We got to get gear enhancement done, so I need some silver to work with. I got to get champion training going, too. I've been a little bit behind on that one. And then I believe we also got a spider tournament that's active right now. So I'm going to go ahead and dabble and do all three at the same time. Pog. And I think we're just going to do some leveling for a little bit. This will give me a chance to talk to you guys and whatnot. Sober. That is not how you do it, Soul, you idiot. There we go. I'm burned out for Faction Wars just before we 3x whatever high stage I get quick gear with the 1 hour free gear farm per day. That's fair. That's kind of why I was like super aggressive with it early on, because I feel the fatigue. I felt the fatigue at the end. I'm not gonna lie, I felt the fatigue at the end. I was like, man, this is starting to become like, I wouldn't say overwhelming, but it's just like taxing. And what I did was I used my internal motivation. I know it's gonna sound cheesy, but like actually, well, I decided I was like, all right, let me see how far I am. And then, you know, as I kept looking at the map, I was like, okay, I'm there. I'm literally at the finish line. Walk it through, walk over, and I had to push myself towards it. Like especially with the high elves. The high elves one was, I think that's the reason why I struggled with that one so much was not even the fights themselves. It was just the fact that I was just kind of over it a little bit. And then fast forward, like the second go round, it was just so much more easier because I took the time to just really like, all right, let me just rebuild these like actually, and then go from there. And it worked out. It worked out, brother. Obviously, like I have the luxury of having like decent champion pools and stuff like that, so not everybody has that. I get that too. I'm also getting hard stuck on several factions, so not motivated when I know there's no answer for some factions. That's fair too. There's a couple of the homies that I've been doing work with and whatnot, and that's kind of like the reality of like some of the conversations have been. It's just like, yo, understanding that you have a limitation because of like something that you can't really control in a sense. That's fine. During these kinds of periods, though, it's very important for players, though, to try to find a solution indirectly, and this is kind of like a weird way to say it, but indirect solutions to still making progress. In the aspect of like farming elsewhere or doing something else elsewhere. Like if your Great Hall's not finished, and I know this sounds like it's like kind of like a self-deprecating thing, or it's kind of like a stupid thing, but this is what I did whenever I had those feelings. Instead of just like trying to beat my head across the, sometimes I did this, but like not all the time. If I knew that, like, even if I, like, try to, what do you call it, be stubborn and, like, really battle through it nonstop, I would just try to push in another direction or a different focus, quote unquote, that would kind of help me reinvest into whatever I was working on. You know what I mean? So, like, when I had some struggles in one area, I went to another area to find progress in, and that kind of revitalized that you know how, like, that burnout feeling that we're kind of, like, alluding towards? Yeah, I just went and worked on something else, and getting that feeling of like, oh, I made progression, kind of like, all right, let me revisit this back. And like, for example, the Great Hall was one that was like kind of a big deal for me. So like if I struggled in that one, I went and farmed somewhere else, did something else, and then came back to it later down the road. And a part of like waiting down the road is like, all right, I got a new champion to work with, or, you know, new piece of gear or something like that. That kind of helped me kind of like get closer towards like that completion range, you know. Easier said than done, but I mean, like that's what I would suggest to most players whenever you find yourself hitting a wall that's like it seems like you don't have the answer for. Revisit it later, you know. But try to find progress somewhere else, you know. Obviously, or just not be poor and open shards all the time. I mean, you could, I guess. Ace is the definition of a true free to play, though. I don't think he spent a penny in raid. So, yeah, you have my respect, dog. You have my respect. It's not easy doing it that way. And also, I've gotten used to what it's like to be a spender, and that's kind of also bad on my end. But I would argue that like it's definitely well, it's not even an argument. It's definitely a different trajectory of like progression timing, and that's a luxury that I think a lot of folks don't get to experience. You know what I mean? So either way, salute to you for staying free to play, but also, I mean that's kind of part of the territory, right? Just sway more, yeah. Some factions I just don't have the roster. My account has done all those other things, and I even did area bonuses for a lot of the faction war bonuses. Gotcha. Found the next wall. Time to turtle up until I'm ready to bang my head against it and smash through. Yeah. Well, I mean, what else have you not 100%ed already on your account that you would like to be able to prioritize? Are you done with builds? Maybe that could be something you can prioritize. You know, go towards that and clean up some stuff. I think you and I talked about this before, but like your set bonuses, for example, a lot of like there are some areas in my account that I had some gaps, and I was able to compensate it with using like gear as my answer. Like the whole day set with the Dark Elves, I didn't have a sleep champion, so I slapped the day set on the some bitch and let that motherfucker go. You know what I mean? Like, so could be an example of like another way you can kind of indirectly work towards it. You know what I mean? That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Obviously, I have a planned video for like the Faction Wars hard mode stuff, and I'm waiting for that person that I want to do it with, but they haven't responded back to me yet. I may just do it on my own, to be honest with you. But that's going to be a part of like the conversation for that, to be honest. Just discussing the pros and cons of like the things you need and like where you can kind of like alternative measure it, and then little tips and tricks that kind of help me get to the finish line, you know? I mean, obviously a lot of you guys got to experience it through me already because you were here for when I was progging. I did most of it on stream. But at the same time too, the method behind the madness, when you understand that you can kind of maybe put that same position on your account using that ideology, maybe it'll help out. I don't know. They're just trying to be helpful. Same. I don't feel pressure to push because I don't have an answer for Ogre or Lizard. Need a good cleanse as my inbox is full and running out of days before it expires. So that maybe... There you go. That's something to do. 200 plus just been putting it off. Bro, I'm right here so we can start the video. Okay, Wallace. All right. Yeah, what's up, Joker? How you doing, man? How about that siege, bro? We totally kicked Mad's ass. Oh, no. Oh, no. What up, Juggle? Yo, GG's, brother. It was a fun one. It was a fun one. A lot of learning experiences and a lot of camaraderie, man. I gotta give a shout out to one of my boys, man. I don't think he watches me, but like, yeah, my boy Vanya. I bounce ideas off him and I double tap with him whenever I'm doing siege stuff, especially on like the big days where we have like really competitive sieges. I always double check with him. It's like, yo, you want to give me a little glance over, see how I feel about this idea or whatever? I have this, and this. This is what I'm thinking about using. And we go back and forth, and actually we kind of do that with the whole clan, actually, which is kind of cool. That's one thing I love about Mad, man. Once we start talking, like someone puts a post up that they think about they're gonna fight or whatever, and they throw their ideas out there, and then people kind of just like, for lack of better words, they either say yeah or no, or I would use this instead, or I would do this, or, you know, go for it. Good luck, brother. Rooting for you. And like the entire crew, man, you know, whether we had a good fight or a bad fight, if somebody like lost scrolls and whatnot and they couldn't do it, you know, hey, it happens, bounce back. You know, we're not beating them down or anything like that, which I think is really, really, that was really, really good for morale. It was really, really good for morale, and I like that about the boys, man. They like, I feel like we camaraderie the fuck up. You know what I mean? That was probably the biggest thing I think we had going for us. It's like, yo, we got this. We're gonna do this. We should, you know, you found that rhythm, and the next thing you know, you're cooking. And that's good. That's good. I just want to say thanks to you, Matt, for making me get better every day. I know I can count on y'all to bring the heat. Sheesh. Hey, man, we can't sleep on you guys. as it, like, how easy it is to talk shit and all that stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying I am trying to, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, how easy it is to talk shit, man. I mean, you know, you guys are a good reference point to make sure that we're staying on top of shit, at the very least. And that can't be taken away from y'all, you know what I mean? And I think the sentiment goes is like, yeah, we may win, and we have been winning, but, like, you know, you can't slack off, because all it takes is one catalyst to kind of bring, like, a crazy train of change, and then, you know, you're fighting an uphill battle. And we don't want to have that happen, so, like, we want to, you know, do our part, right? Obviously. Always grow, right? Always grow. Get good. In the summary words. Wait, you don't get kicked if you lose a fight? No, I mean, the best of the best is fighting against the best of the best, bro. There's gonna be hiccups along the way, as long as it's not like you're intentionally trying to, like, lose or whatever. You know, I don't see why people would get kicked. Anybody that gets accepted into MAD obviously has demonstrated that they are capable of doing good. Or at least that's the belief I have. You know, like, we are a very competitive clan, so obviously they want people to be of a certain caliber. But the game changes, the game evolves all the time. You're gonna always see, like, new things come up, and sometimes, you know, if you're not, mistakes happen. You know what I mean? We're to err is human, right? So we don't fault that, but we do fault people who are, like, not doing their best effort to be a part of the team, or dare I say, like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't care or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the sentiment I think that would be distasteful towards, like, clannies and, like, just in general not wanting to be a part of, like, the experience. But, like, aptitude-wise, no, I would argue that, like, almost every MAD player knows what the fuck they're doing, so. Was talking to PJ, and I said Crypto going to MAD was like LeBron going to the Heat in the 2010, start of the super team era. LeMayo. I'm not gonna lie, getting Crypto on our side was definitely a strong jump up. But I would argue even before Crypto joined us, we were already winning. And that's not to take away from his contributions. Like, you know, well, shit, him, Cartman, Crypto Cartman joining pretty much around the same time frame was, like, nuts. But the core of MAD as a whole was already strong. To give my accolades to everybody, you know what I mean? The sum of our parts is what makes us really dope. And I think like everybody, when you have a full locked in clan with the same mindset, that's a force to be reckoned with. And I think that's where we are right now. Obviously things could change in time, or, like, you know, ups and downs will come. You'll find challenges, obviously, like maybe RNG is not on a favor of MAD. Believe it or not, MAD is still not the number one most spending clan. I think I would dare say IPR still has that by a long shot. Yeah, for sure. But, for MAD in particular, it's a lot of, like, I don't know, man. It's just, like, perfection of craft. I think that's probably, like, the biggest thing that I think is, like, what gets me, like, I'm gonna say this in a weird way, so don't take, like, I'm trying to be playful with it at the same time. But what gives me the biggest hard on about MAD is that we are students to the craft, and it's cool to see that there's other people that are just like me, in a sense, where it's like, I want to, like, you guys heard me when I was talking about doing the whole, like, event dojo. I want to know why this is doing it this way. Like, what makes this kink a kink? You know what I mean? And then like, understanding and learning, and then, like, you know, obviously overcoming it is, like, what I got my kicks off of. Yeah, I could copy and paste anybody's team, that's fine, but, like, when you understand how that motherfucker ticks, man, that shit opens up so much, you know? And then, there's other people who are also like that. They like to experiment. They like to do testing, and we do, like, a lot of, I don't know, man. It's just cool. It's just cool as fuck. I hate to say it. I'm bragging about my boys, but, like, yeah, allow me this indulgence. Allow me this indulgence for once. But, like, low key, bro, it's that's what gets my, you know what I mean? Nice thing about Siege is one person can't really carry everyone. It's got to be a team effort. That's true too. That's true too. That's what I mean when we were all like-minded. Like-mindedness means that we're all on the same page, man, moving. And as much as I don't want to, I'm going to talk shit. Fuck you, Big D. Our leadership, man, they, you know, they're giving direction, they're giving input, they're giving feedback and all that, man. So it's like, you know, hats off to them, dude. Actually. Matt's strong, man. Yeah, Matt, I mean, we're top dogs right now. Let's be real. But I mean, it's the effort. It's the effort that really matters, you know? Siege was fun. I think this is my favorite fight. Let me see. Holy shit, why is my shit so zoomed in? All right, just because you got the world's strongest Ashnor right now doesn't mean you get to talk shit like this. Now I'm getting offended. Wait a minute, how did this fight go? What the fuck? Did you literally just flip and double nuke? Am I seeing that right? Well, I mean, you posted it in chat, so I mean, they obviously could see it. That's a flex. Fuck off, Mr. Plus 4. Free to play, by the way, right? Have you too? Say the win, brother. I'll get the ticket right now. But you're paying for the food, though. I'm a fat ass. Let's see. I'm worried about Fade. He just disappeared, never logged in, and hasn't responded to anyone. Yeah, I'd pray he's okay, man. I guess the horse, yeah. What the fuck? That's crazy. Well, I mean, if you had Stone Skin, I mean, you managed the first part, but like, I'm assuming since they had like +4s on their side too as well, they were good, thinking like, oh, we're gonna be faster no matter what. Is that what it is? I don't know how the fuck this play. How the fuck did this match play out? Like, what was the turn order and what happened? I like it looked like. It was a 3 turns. 3 turns, though, right? What the fuck? Huh? They were faster? Yeah, and yeah, well. What the fuck? So, Boost into lockout. I guess Ramontu failed strip. Then Marius did Marius things, and then you flipped and nuked, right? That's it? I can't tell if you had, like, revive, because it looked like your Python did some healing, so I'm assuming that's something. Oh my god, +4 Norog is nuts. That's wild. What was the restriction for this post? Was there a restriction? There had to be a restriction, right? 3 checks from my side. Python has 1 speed faster than Ashnor and all his res. And is all res. Okay. So cleanse, and then he did his thing, huh? Okay. I'm going in on the champion chase? What, for Titus? Ooh, baby. Okay. We do have a 2x tomorrow, right? Oh my god, am I bringing out the red shirt? You hold up. Big body Norog, yeah. Big man Blastoise is now Big man Norog. Wait, D, you might know this. You might know this a little bit better than I do. Is your Ashnor the only +4 Ashnor in the world? That's not true. I'm assuming Crypto might have one too, you know? I'm assuming. Obviously, I don't know, no, but... Surely not? You don't think so? Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was checking to see if we made too much progress there, but back to leveling, brother. I gotta be careful. I'm like low on gems, man. SoulSaint might have to crack down and go buy a shitty pack. XD. If anyone sees me in your tournament, save your resources. Oh, that's a bold declaration. Okay. Yeah, to Sacreds. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try to see if I have my red shirt ready. I gotta do laundry. Surely not. I just like mine. That's fair. If Ashnar A3 would have had an extra turn of his A3, oh boy, he'd be juicy. Bro, imagine. Nah, that's too busted. That's like saying giving Gizmac his A2 an extra turn as well is just like, you know what I mean? Hot money. Imagine being able to A2 off of Gizmac, burn, flip, and then do damage. Like, he clears the fight by himself at that point. Fuck. Monka W. What up, Andrew? How you doing, by the way? I mean, he's a mythical, right? But yeah, hear me out. Hear me out. There are just some things in this game that probably should never happen. That's one of those. I think you and I both agreed. If you don't have that champion, then at that point, you're fucked. Like, he just does everything by himself. Like, fuck it. Monka W. I'm good, dog. I have an Ashtar, so like, don't take it as like I'm like, you know, there's bias in favor of me having that, yeah. But like, imagine going against that. Fuck that. A3, A2, or A3 flip, and then A2, A3, or whatever the fuck. I mean, like, you're just like perfectly lining up everything you need, you know. Monka W, dude. Actually. He needs that extra turn? I don't know, man. Ashnar is in a really good spot, in my opinion, right now. His buff made him fucking relevant. And, like, to be honest with you, I'm actually thinking about going in more on his build now because, like, I've been enjoying him a lot, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. Ashnar has like, I didn't think he would do it like that, but he could do it like that, you know what I mean? That boy nasty. That boy's nasty. I mean, Nais can almost clear a fight by himself. True. True, but like Ashnar doesn't have that same passive stuff afforded to him. What makes Nais so nasty is his passive. You have to basically kill him twice. Almost. No, it's not exactly the same. You know what I'm trying to say. Unless you lock out his passive, then of course obviously kill him once, but semantics. I think Ashnar can solo factual hard mode. You think so, huh? I mean, he kind of does for me. At least the waves. I don't know about the boss fight. If you're talking about farming at 21, that might be a bit copium, but that's only because you can't one-tap the boss. Well, can you one-tap the boss? You know what Ashnar does with his A2? Kills Nais twice? Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. How I do a nice Kami? See, that's the thing, though. A really, really well built up Nais, you're not killing that. At least not first go round. And I guess on the flip side too, if you build up a well decent enough Kami, I guess maybe. I don't know. I've seen some shit with Naises, bro. Pharaoh Nais? I mean, that too, yeah, technically. Yeah, technically. If he doesn't die, he gets the stun after the flip. Yeah, but chain breakers. Or Poly. Or not Poly, but or Wand. Monka W. You know what? I was talking about this earlier with someone, and it's interesting. Like, would you guys agree with me on this? The state of the game is a lot more diverse. It's not linear. It's nowhere near linear anymore compared to what it used to be. It used to be either you had like Mari Taurus or you didn't, and your next best option was Harima Rhodos. But now, with all the different mythicals and all the different like relics and whatnot, the way you could play the fight and the matchups and the blessings, it's no longer just one option. You could play two different strategy types. You could play actually more than that. Would you guys not agree that like the today's meta is like the most diverse it's ever been? And I would argue that's healthy for the game. You almost can't control nice, yeah. Well, not mine. Mine's is free to play. Fucking a little bit of dust gets blown on his nose. That boy going to sleep because of allergies or some shit. You know, fuck. He need to go back to the gym. He need to work out more. Soon, TM. I'm praging personally that they're going to be bringing in the event that I'm looking for, which is going to be next week. If I'm guesstimating this properly, if I got my finger on the pulse properly, I think we're going to get a Soulstone event next week. Maybe, hopefully, like a good one, not the crappy ones we've been getting. Like 2x for the mediums or two. Imagine we get 2x for the Eternals. Oh my god. There are so many landmine champions in Live Arena, which is good. You think so, huh? I remember King Everywhere. Well, yeah, they were the new flavor of the time, but they were literally the reason why they were so relevant. I mean, Encore's still dope. And Narcisse, the problem with Narcisse is that like he is too linear now. He's just straight damage, right? Which I mean, you could technically you could play going into matches with that in mind, which means you kind of have to have a different tempo. But today's meta, you need more versatility than anything, which is why like the mythical / certain key champions are so valuable. Like for example, Marius is more than just a damage dealer. He's a stripper too. He's a buffer. You know what I mean? He does a lot of things more than just doing damage, besides being a damage dealer, right? Technically, he's a CC champion, too, if you really think about it. And then, depending on how you build him, you can go even further with that. But obviously, like, with Mythicals, they're like two different champions in one slot, which is even better, right? What else is there? Build path that we talked about. Who would have thought that you could excel in Live Arena using bomb champions in 2025 summer? Bombs, I don't know, man. Bombs have become situationally good. You can't bomb every comp. Some comps you just can't bomb. Or you have to build the comp with that in mind to get to that point, and even then that's still an uphill battle. Like, if you're trying to bomb a Niame comp with protection, you're like, GG, bro. You know what I mean? I have like 6 Eternals on deck. Let's go. I'm in love with the stripper. They did say love is blind, right? We love us good strippers. Okay. So we're just horny. The A1 and Feeble's also good too, yeah. True. They have the have where I think you meant to say gave. They gave Marius every role in the game except Reviver, but you wait. They will add Reviver to his kit soon. Nah, they're going to give us a relic. Revive an ally when you kill somebody. GG. Oh, fuck. Don't get any ideas, player M. Ooh. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. There's a lot of cool shit you could do in this game, man. Hats off where it's due, but I mean, like, there's a lot of learning and like opportunities for folks. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back, boys. I'm gonna let this roll for a little bit. Let me use it. Let me go potty. All right, I'm back. Ah. Your boy was yeah. Had to drop some pounds. Came back 10 pounds lighter. 10? That's it? Damn, that was a 6-star maybe, but poof faster, coño. In your opinion, do you think they give too many abilities functions to champions? Like, should champions have 3 different things rolled into one button? Toilet still alive? No. I annihilated it. Sorry, just responded to something. It's probably the only way they could keep the game interesting by adding new abilities and combinations to champions for real. You think so? Oh, 7 the toilet. That's tough. Damn, I have not been able to get like a 3 in a row for like a hottest minute, dude. Feels bad, dog. I think like the game is definitely going towards more mythicals. Like it's going to become mythicals are the new legendaries, basically, right? If you've been playing this game for a long period of time, so like I think it's inevitable that that's going to happen, but I think it's important to kind of also be aware that like eventually you're going to have to that's going to become the norm. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, with them adding relics, that's a whole nother conundrum of like different stuff that could be. How do you say it? That adds more. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yo, by the way, y'all see it? We not doing too bad, dude. We got those from Siege. We might be able to get more of the purples here from some of the tournaments. So maybe if I have the resources to do it, I'll try. I realize I'm running low. Like I'm really running low. I'm burning fumes now at this point. So Void Mythicals are gonna break Legos. You think so? God, it depends on what the Void Mythical itself would do if they ever go that route. I think it's inevitable. I think Void Mythicals are on the way, and I think that's going to be kind of scary. That's going to be kind of scary. But obviously, it depends on their kit too, right? Because they can make bad Mythicals. They could. All right. How much time do we have? Hey yo, hey yo. I don't know if I have. Let me see. She still has a preset. Let's go. Nice. Who else did I use in this one? Shit, I don't have her built up. That looks like Relentless, though, so I could probably put over... We could try it. I don't think this is, like, ideal, but... I think it's that one. Fuck it, brother. We'll find out. Hey, yo, hey, yo. I don't know if this is auto or not. I think I set it up, but I'm not sure. I'll probably get like 5 Void Primal shards per year, and Mercy's at like 200. Y'all think it's that bad, huh? That's crazy. You still need to get your first mythical from Primals? I What would you want for your first Primal, too? Galathea or Crixia? Really? I feel like, I feel like Gala would probably be more impactful than Crixia. Can I say that with absolute confidence? I don't know. That's a bit tough. That's actually a bit tough. A mirror on the wall. I'm gonna skip the song. It's a little bit slower tempo for what I want for streams. Not a bad song, though. Because I have a 6-star blessing for Gala and a 5-star for Crixia. Well, I was just thinking about like mythical for in general. But fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd argue that I'm trying to think if I would change my perspective on this. Nah, I think Gala's fine. Gala's a dope champion. Let me see here. I might have pulled 20 primals and got Geralt and no. Somebody ban him. Shaking my head. Oh, I think she just lost her revive. Go for it. Uh-oh. She getting cooked a little bit here, actually. One could that be? There we go. Gizzy or Siggy would also be pretty dope too. That's fair. I'm like 70 in, no mythicals. I haven't pulled a few though. But with my luck, I think it'll be Calamitous or Androck. They're not bad champions though. I think you got like a misconception about like champions being bad or not though. Like most mythicals, I think nowadays have become a lot more I don't know if I would say the word balanced. They're solid, though, for sure. She getting cooked right now. Monka W. There are no bad mythicals. Fight me. Fuck. At least she dies here. Yeah, that's bad, actually. Feels like he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing, though. Okay. I'll bet you when we get to the boss. I'm with you, Big D. I think I said that before in a video. There was a video that the player wanted me to do a while back, and there was like one where there's like, "Yo, what's your hot take in raid?" And I said, "There's no bad mythicals. They just haven't been found. Like the best use for them hasn't been found or identified or whatever." So I said something similar. I said something comparable, at least. Now, this was even during before like Androck and them getting buffed and whatnot. So, like, I think it's more apparent now for sure. It was a little bit more spicier when I said it though, but like I don't know. I feel like I'm in agreement. I feel like for the most part, most of the mythicals, they have their spot. You just gotta find how to use them. Truthfully. Yeah. I feel like more so for my account right now, it's just a matter of like I got some other things I need to do to be able to get those like mythicals off the ground. But like for example, Carnage is dope. Fuck, who else? I mean, I've used Androck already at least a little bit. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yo, why are they getting cooked so hard, bro? The fuck? I should have just bombed their ass at this point. Fucking hell. Mikage is basically Fat Man. All right, let me redo this one. I hate the Tetsuya wave, bro. Mikage is good because of her A1 joining in attacks with other Shadowkins. It's way more than that, but all right. I'm not saying Mikage is bad. I'm saying she's the worst mythical. And even if you're going by that standard, though, if you think about it, that's saying something because she's a good champion. You know what I mean? Fiora's OP. Okay, that's a bit tinfoil. Well, okay, my recent experience with it was actually pretty dope. So maybe, but that is a hot take. That is a hot take. You gotta go, bro. You're doing too much. My recent experience with him has definitely put a new light on him. But you didn't say he's the best though. So like it's not necessarily like a trash thing. You know, your take isn't bad. Yeah, your take isn't bad. Mikage is the worst mythic, but probably used the most in PvE. Yeah, probably actually. You're not wrong. Mikage ain't the worst, my thick. Wait, what? She shows up in LA and PvE. She's very good champion overall. Mm-hmm. Fuck this guy. I think she's a little too slow. Shit. I forgot I could decrease this stuff. The Hydra nerf new ruined her? I don't think so. Let me update her a little bit. I think she's okay, but she needs a little bit more speed. I'll jump off for this. Usually, hello, 80 billion class points for all. Sure. I don't know. I don't know if that's like how. I don't know. We'll see. I hate to say it, but I'm kind of one of those pessimists right now that I think it's low-key going to get nerfed too. That's why I asked that question earlier. I definitely felt like it was kind of like that's where we were going. But if they don't change it, then yeah, it could be kind of useful. Why aren't you using Lamaso in the lead? I think it's just the way I had the preset when I was first putting in the champions. There's no other reason. Yeah, there's no other reason. How you doing? So I'm doing all right, man. How about you, brother? Hope you're having a good day. Nice. Fuck, you got cleansed. Hiya. Resisted. Doing good. Preparing for vacation. Last work day today. Tomorrow Eve, we leaving for good weather. Where you going? If you don't mind me asking. That sounds exciting, actually. Oh, I forgot you could pass it on. Huh. The more you know. I kind of feel like I should give her something else, but I like the prop build on her. That's what I used to clear it. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out like what other way I can make this a little bit more autonomous instead of having to do all this shit. Gonna say eventually you'll kill him. Just get Volcanos and one shot the wave? I wish, brother. I seen I think it was on a Motz's account what he does to the boss here. It's so fucking dank. You do have to let them buff up a little bit though, I think. But yeah, he gets cooked. Just 4 turns of block damage and you're cooking? I just like Duchess do her thing. Beast, he's a dog. I think his A1 does more damage than anything else, right? Fuck. I'm trying to remember what else I did to make sure that this was, like, free for everybody. He might die here, unfortunately. Shanamo. Yeah, it's kind of a fort. You ain't got shit. As long as she could live through this, I think we're okay. But I forgot. Oh, fuck. Oh, he didn't get the counterattack. Oh, for it. Oh, I don't want to manual this. All right. When we get to the second wave, I'm going to start focusing it up a little bit. Matter of fact, I might just start doing it now. Just do stage 21 at this point. All right, relax. That's only because I'm trying to do it like full auto. But it's being a pain in the butt right now. Sort of. I think he actually gets stuff back too. No, he doesn't. Okay. Mountain. I think my presets are also kind of bugged out. I need to figure out if there's something else I'm missing. But I'll do that later. It's fine. A milli. Baby. I could flip. I kind of want him in the second form, though, or first form for the next wave. In your bushes. Blunt passing. That works too. Okay. I got enough to feed the needy. Oh shit, I forgot about this. I forgot about his bitch ass. Oops. He's a true player. To be honest with you, he needs to be faster too. I think his original build doesn't work like that. I'm gonna bomb his ass. Fuck it, brother. Baby. I don't like her getting this low. This is kind of what's fucking me up right now. I was supposed to inject him, actually. I kind of fucked up a little bit there. Yeah, this is kind of bad. I'm not gonna make this work though. What is the movie called where they play basketball and baseball and he sings? Huh? He plays baseball and they sing? Yeah, she way too low. See, like, this is a bad start. This should be having my baby. The movie with Keanu Reeves? Yo, what? Gucci sweater now. I'm the man, girlfriend. Monster Ball? I don't think that's it. He's talking about the movie with G Baby. Shit. Is he? Shit, maybe I haven't then. Fuck. That doesn't sound familiar. Oh, baby. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I cried when G Baby died. Very good movie where Keanu Reeves trains the teens and kids. I've seen it. I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, there's a kid that dies in there. I don't know if it's G Baby or not, but hold on. He is talking about hardball. This one. This is the one that dies, all right, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah. He gets shot, doesn't he? Dang, y'all gonna make me relive through that shit, dude? Fuck. Oh, but forgot about that movie, bro. Was that G Baby? I don't remember. It's been so long since I've seen that movie, by the way. Like, no troll. Remember the Titans? Remember the Titans is good. That actually showed up on my TikTok recently. That's Denzel Washington, no? Am I thinking of the right movie? I think. Jarius G Baby Evans? How the fuck do you remember that, bro? It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I'm not even kidding you when I say it. It's actually like wild that you remember that. God, how old is that movie? When did that movie even come out? I'm not even kidding you when I say this. That's going back a bit. Holy moly. Bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Wow. That's a trip down memory lane I wasn't expecting. Windmill, windmill for the love. Coach Carter was good too as well. Coach Carter was Sam Jackson, huh? If I remember. If I recall correctly. It wasn't worth it. This thing's fucking sucks. Uxel too old, he done forgot? Okay. I think I was gonna take out him for the Mytha. Let me look at my notes. I gotta rebuild Demon Spawn if I'm gonna do that for the future though. Yeah, I think we said Demi. Bing, 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 bing. Why does it still feel wrong too, though? Why did it as a mythical to grab? I want to grab the speed packs, but I need shards for the champ chase, and now killed the speed meta. Lol. Well, I wouldn't say she killed the speed meta. It's just that she's a great answer to it, sort of. I mean, you can still technically do it, but like, I need to delete this preset. I don't know what the fuck this is. I think I bolstered him, and then I also did like resistance. Was it resistance on him though? Is the question. I don't remember. I need a better res banner. Chains that bind you. This would actually probably be better if I can get some speed on there. This is only a singular roll. She was also in a bolster set too. Bing, 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 bing. God, I didn't save her preset either. Shit. I gotta revisit this one too as well. I thought I saved their presets, but I guess I didn't now. Go for it. Bing, 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 bing. When I go against 3 teams, Nell is getting picked for sure.
SoulSaint fucking pumps. SoulSaint is the dankest.
That lock right there can suck my ass, dude. Oh my god. Oh boy. Sir. I fucking hate this guy. Yo, get you with the gifted sub to Sarah Laws. Welcome to the Brotherhood. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the Sin Nights, my dude. Hold on, let me do it this way. Ding 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 ding. Damn, we're too slow there. Shit. Huh. Shit. Huh. There we go. Shit. I should have said it's A2. I did it too early. You motherfucker. Dude, so like this is like the only way that I say this like really, really hard for ¿Cómo se dice? Fiorat to like hardcore control. Yeah, not having increased defense. Or increased attack, sorry. Makes that a little bit more annoying. I don't like having him up like alive constantly either. That's kind of dangerous. Thankfully, we're not like in the worst position, but still. Fuck. Hold on. I think I kill him here. I don't kill him here. Oh, fuck. This bitch, bro. I swear to God, dude. You gotta go too. You doing too much? I think he cooks my team though. Oh no, he's on cooldown. He's on cooldown. Oh, bless. So I think the method will help out with the full auto. Hold on real quick. Whatever, let's be on this moon for me. Bing, 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 bing. Okay, never mind. I'm free to play. My bad, bro. He's still on the first wave, yeah. You keep talking shit, Zephyr.
SoulSaint is the dankest.
You keep talking shit, motherfucker. I'm gonna put this finger. Wait, hold up, never mind. I need to update her too. She's off. She's off a little bit. Yeah, so sorry. What's up, man? Thank you for the 7 months, brother. Is a little later on. God damn it. We got railed this siege? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Yeah, I need to update some stuff. Hold on. It's like almost there. There's something I'm missing, though. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think our accuracy's a little bit too low, too. A little bit. I don't lose that much. Sorry, I forgot to save my presets on these guys. So I kind of cooked a little bit. I had his. His is the only one that I know for sure we were kind of like ready for, sort of. Sort of. Sort of. Is Wave 1 farming? No. I try to remember exactly like how I had the presets when I saved up. I thought I was using Geo in this fight somewhere, but I don't remember. I know we had Frolny. I know we had Arnorn. I know we had Brogny, and I know we had Molly. I don't remember if I used Torment in there as well, or someone else. That's the problem. That's why I'm trying to do it with this group right here. I think Molly was in there for sure, so she could revive, but the Dementor is the one I'm trying to make like work. There we go. The problem is, though, is I think she still gets to her thing. Yeah. It's fine. Good. Better. He's gonna try to strip us down there. It's gonna kind of suck. I wonder if that's why I did him in protection. Maybe that's where I fucked up at. That's cooked. Why don't you nuke all the ways? You can't nuke down Lausanne fast enough, so you need to be prepared to go a little bit of a battle of attrition. Mm-mm-mm. I'm just trying to remember, like, what was the sets of stuff I used, and I don't remember. That's why I'm kind of, like, bummed out that I don't have my presets for it. Fucking Kami. Yeah, being able to brute force the ways is not gonna work when you still have to deal with, like Lausanne, you can't brute force him, not like that, at least. Good thing you didn't stream this. I did stream it, but I just don't remember this one in particular. Yeah. I also manually did the last time I did this one, so trying to find an answer for like an auto-friendly team is what I'm trying to do. All right, boys, keep in mind, I'm done with this content in terms of like clearing it for the first time. I'm just trying to get to a point where I can auto it friendly. Like I can let it go auto without me being more involved with this. So that's why I'm doing like this little extra tinkering and shit. He's still not where he needs to be at, unfortunately. I feel like his build's wrong, too. And his preset was like his old like damage build that I used to use for like clan boss way back in the day. So it's not that. Yo, what's up, Object? How you doing, man? That only cooks the ways for you? Yeah, I don't have it built up, though. I could use them, I guess. But I feel like our Norn would be better. My only issue is, like, he's got okay-ish damage. I'm coming up a little short, though, I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to, like, the damage. Tell you what, let me try this again. I think I have some stuff messed up, though, on his preset. Yeah, he's actually not set up at all. This one I do have set up a little bit. Wait. That's second form. I need to see first. There. Yeah, I feel like I'm off on... I think I need to inverse these two a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see. You done with Factory Wars? Congrats. I'm sorry I'm late. No, you're good, man. Yeah, I did a... The last one I had to finish was... Fuck, what was the last one? It was the High Elves one, which we did, like, earlier. Still healing back up. Papote. Ute, papote. See, like that part right there, I don't remember him doing that. That's what's throwing me off. It's the cometous timing. So I'm aware of the cleanse. I think what it is also too is I think some of my team members were faster when I did my first clear of it, so they're off a little bit. Oh, I just killed you. I'm sorry. Am I right? Is my math wrong? Can we use but we can't use our permanent shards for champion chase? You can use them for champion chase because it's not where you use them that matters. It's what you're getting. Summon rush, though, you're not getting that. He's getting a little bit of TM steal there, which is kind of a thing. I think I had my what's this fuck a little bit faster. I think that's what it is. Shouldn't you say provoke? Maybe. That might not be a bad idea, actually. For the AI, I might do that. Do a throwaway A1 and then open up with the provoke afterwards after I get the kill on the Ancora. That might be it, actually. Good point. Yeah, good point. I'm surprised they haven't done any offers for the 4th of July since they usually do. We were talking about that earlier. I don't think they really like address the 4th of July like that, like as a, you know what I mean? That's not a thing. I think the energy string is not that good though. I think it's like a rehash of like a previous deal that was kind of mediocre, if I remember correctly. It's what, 236 per dollar? Somebody could double check that for me if this is the same one he's talking about. I'm running on Angie 236 is good for me. All right, more power to you, brother. Yeah, if it works for you, go for it. I'm trying to get like you, dog. He's like, I'm balling, bro. It's just a number. I guess I could kill him too. Fuck it. Start whittling this wave down. He's the problem, though. I think it was the myth that was supposed to be in this spot, though, because this is where she kind of this is where she clutches up at right here. Sort of, kind of. That motherfucker stole my shit. Bitch. Maybe I wasn't supposed to... whatchamacallit on him. I like songs like this. I don't know why, but it's kind of a banger, dude. Wait, did you strip me? You motherfucker, man. I was literally about to just, like, crack in the A2 to really, like, bring us back to life, too, you bitch. Actually. Yeah, I like that song. This is scary. Fuck. I need to get him, I think, more accuracy too as well. I think that's something else I forgot. He needs like good resistance and accuracy. I think I have his build wrong. I forgot about that. No more table. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the rest of this fight. So his resistance is good. I think I needed... Why do I need it, though? I think he needs accuracy for the strip on the boss? It might be the boss I'm thinking of. Rent paid. Ooh. Maybe this too as well. Stripping some of that down. I like that. He feels good, but I need to make him a little bit more... a little bit more cleaner. Yeah, Brogni, and then I gotta see about her too as well. And I think we're chilling. Yeah, he's tanking like a boss. So that's good. Friendly reminder that it's in the, you know, too far. That hurts a little bit. You ain't have to do that. Bitch. Friendly reminder, you can suck my wiener, dog. Damn. Why is their cooldown so long, too? I'm gonna trust in her to get to where she needs to be at. I think we can do this right. Ooh. Holy fuck. Maybe that was a bad idea. Damn. She got money in the... Oh, he also strips too, huh? Okay. That I did not know. Ooh. God, he's still getting cooked a little bit, though. What the fuck? Too much. Dick. Fuck, why does my teeth hurt when I eat chocolate? What the fuck? Take off the box and... Yeah, what the... What the fuck? Yo. Big D, what's been wrong with you lately, bro? You've been saying you've been seeming a little teed up, you know that? What the fuck, bro? That's funny. Honestly, that's funny, brother. He said, "Take out the rapper, bro." Yo, why did that tickle my fancy, dude? What the fuck? Oh my god. I actually shed a tear. What the fuck, man? I'm free to play. That's funny. Okay, you killed yourself there. You bitch. You're supposed to die first. You motherfucker. Big D needs to get laid. That's tough. Yo, sometimes you do just need a little nut, right? And I gifted your sub. Oof. I can't believe this. Thank you again. Fuck, man. How you get 2 extra turns? You're cheating. Bitch. I think this is why we get fucked here. I think this is also why I need to have him with accuracy. Yeah. We'll see. To cook or to not get cooked? That is the question. Oh, that's funny though. I'm not gonna lie. That's funny. No, seriously, I think I need to visit the dentist. Yeah. Well, if you're having like, you know what I mean, problems and shit, yeah, obviously. For sure. Take care of yourselves now, man. Listen, we all agree that the number one priority is to take care of SoulSaint. In order to take care of SoulSaint, you have to be good yourself first. Come on, brothers. Yeah, like I did that. You like that? Yeah. Hey, he gave you some great advice. Yeah, you don't want to eat with the wrapper on. I don't know what I don't know why that shit just made me laugh, dog. It's pretty good. Just use the right hand, it's cheaper. That's someone who's got some post-nut clarity. I guess I got to copy your team. If you're okay with manualing it for the first time, and you're trying to get like the clear for the first time, I think I use Geomancer a little bit. And the only reason why Geomancer doesn't work in an auto-friendly team is you don't control where his A3 goes. But like, if I remember correctly, I use Geo for my clear. Obviously, like the extra damage that he puts onto you guys, you get mitigated and you also reflect it back, so it's really good against the boss. But you use him more as a utility outlet to control the turn meter of the wave. And if I recall correctly, that's how I was able to do the provoke session. You open up provoke, but you like I had this preset made with Geo in mind. You open up provoke, but then you A3 with Geo on Ancora so she doesn't go first, and then they all lose their first turn, giving you some uptime. And I think that's what really fucked up with that preset before. So I kind of had to go back to the drawing board and figure out like a more friendlier approach to that. And then the second wave, obviously, something similar in a sense where you kind of control the annoying ones with Geo while you're beating down the rest of the crew. I think that's what if memory serves me correctly, that's what the problem was. But yeah. Once you can get Norn off the ground, obviously he does work, man. So it's kinda good. All for some fucking green glyphs though. Like, where's my legendaries? Damn it. Yo, tomorrow I'm pulling Polara. Pog. Push it to the limit. All right, let me get for some LA. We're gonna get plowed, and everything in between, right? Yeah. Push it to the limit. The limit. I might take a little bit more else today, though, because I want to keep my event dungeon gear on them. I don't want to move too much more gear, to be honest. Yo, we might be able to do some variety today, boys. I don't know if you guys would be interested in it, but maybe we do some variety. I don't know what I would want to play for variety. Yeah, I've been at Balara. Yeah, I got her. I had her since Hiles last popped. I had to do one more cycle rotation back into it, but technically I was one of the first 10 or so. Technically, well, there might be some others too, because I know, like me, I think DD might not have pulled his either because he's waiting for Champion Chase too. Might as well get something out of it, right? That's what I was thinking. And then there might be some others that are like-minded in that regard too. Free-to-play strats, you know what I'm saying? Little Gizzy time? Ain't nobody promising that. When my song starts, get ready for bits for the horse icon next to chat. Wait, what? Little Gizzy Cunha. Did you do Death Dealer in most factions? No, I don't have the relic. I wish. But to be honest with you, it's way too expensive to move mythical relics, to be honest. It's way too expensive. It's not worth it. I either did it with a combination of, like, gear sets, champion pool. Really kind of the bulk of it. Like, are you thinking of, like, a specific stage? Like, the Death Dealer just makes it so that you don't weak hit, right? Or you hit always get crits or whatever. So, like, are you worried about, like, the don't weak hit stages? Is that what it is? 50 energies, 50 energy. True. No weak hits condition plus a lot of mythicals and solid void. So there was a combination of some that I just straight up brute forced and I just parade for good RNG. But I did use Affinity Breaker in a couple of those. And then the other side of that would be just using Void champions, you know, if you have them. Like, what's a good example of where I use, like, a lot of Voids? Undead. I have Vlad and Little Miss Annie. So I pretty much used almost this entire bottom row just to make sure I was safe. Literally. And then, like, in other stages, I did Affinity Breaker and then Harma and her normal damage. And then the way I just did it was I tried to prioritize, like, the good affinities for each one of them so that they can clear up the wave out over time. And then that kind of worked out. The way I did it was like, all right, if blue is good for both of them, that would be one of the later targets I would hit, and then, like, green is bad for Harma, so I'd use Toshiro to get rid of that one first, so she could be a little bit more open with AoEs, like little stuff like that. But I did go Affinity Breaker on him on top of that too, though, just to kind of make it a little bit easier. Is there anything else? Yeah. So, like, set bonuses or champion pool is kind of what added to that. Those are some of the big things I would say that kind of really cooked it for you, boy. But I won't lie, it is an uphill battle. If you don't have the champion pool, it is obnoxiously annoying. The thing that we've been kind of holding up tried and true is that, like, if you have a mythic in that faction, it's normally easier for you. Like, the hardest factions I had to deal with was the High Elves, and obviously no Gala, feels bad. And I'm only doing an honorable mention because this one was also kind of annoying. I had none of the Void champions. In particular, I think Gergo was, like, the god of that faction. He just made it easy. Damage and control. One more, name a better duo. But you guys saw me when I struggled through the bomb stage to get through it, so. Yeah, Valoni. That's a name I haven't seen in a minute. How you been, brother? Long time no see, dude. But yeah, I may do with the rest of it. I think I did Affinity Breaker on Gizmac at least once, or if I didn't, I just went for good RNG. I don't remember, actually. Let me see, hold on. I might have gone Affinity Breaker on him at least once. Maybe. Gal cut the goat, Gal cut the shitter. That champion's trash. Well, we made it work. I think an argument could be made that, like, what was the other one? You either used Gal cut or you used... Who was the other bomber in this faction? Besides War Mother. You had, like, a choice between two epics that you could have bombed with. Looking like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time. Was it Grunch? Holy books. I think the reason why I did not go for him is because of books. He does explode after one turn, but he only puts one bomb up, right? I think Gaoka puts up two, but it's a 2-turn duration. No, it's only one. Holy. Yo, how did I do that stage with Gaoka? My PTSD's kicking in. Monk of W, dude. Yikes. I've been good, man. I've been good. It's good to see you. How about you? Forget me. How you been, man? Have you found any Polara in Plat? She's good in second form. She's so good in second form. I have not seen her in Plat yet. I think most people should be getting her right roughly around now. I would say like the average like progressing veterans, they are probably around now they have her. But I think before last reset, most people didn't have her fully. So we did see her a little bit in Siege. I don't know to what degree, like what level of like efficiency was she, but she was in the Siege scene a little bit. I think she'll pop up from time to time, but I don't think she's going to be like a permanent staple. She's okay. She's like middle of the pack if I had to put like a middle lower side of the pack, I think. But obviously, I got to play test her still myself, so I feel like it's kind of I'm just taking other people's perspectives and projecting that, so I don't want to do that, you know. I'm also going to be a little bit more reserved about my opinion on Polara right now because it like for some god-given reason, the player base, including us, we do it sometimes too. Our knee-jerk reaction with the champion is that it's mid or trash, and then like over time, people kind of explore the champion a little bit more, and then your next thing you know, you find something that's like, oh shit, this is dope, you know. So I'm going to be a little reserved with Polara. I think I'm going to have to take some time and really get a feel for her, and then we'll see. We'll see. Let me see here. I gotta farm Nether Spider. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it this go around. If I ever needed to, one thing that really kind of like humbled me a bit was, yeah, one of the more humbling things is that I realized like my gear sets like just barely was enough, and I feel like I could do a little bit better with some of the set bonuses, and that's one of them. Honestly, this rotation for Doom Tower is kind of trash anyway. So, what else are you gonna farm? What were the easiest factions for you guys? I think the easiest, the number one easiest is Barbarian. That one was god tier easy. I would argue that the next easiest would probably be like Shadowkins for me. / Sylvan Watchers. These three right here, I would argue have been my easiest. Banner wasn't that hard either. I mean, I had the two goats for that one. What the fuck? Yeah, so Bannerlord, I would say this entire right side section. Doors was a little challenging. So that not the everything excluding the doors on this side over. High Elves was also like up there in terms of difficulty. I don't know why, I struggled. Sacred Seekfront carried. Seekfront and then eventually Noel. And Martyr, believe it or not. Seekfront, Noel, and Martyr were like my god tier picks there. Affidus all day. Affidus, Lydia, and Vizix. Sometimes Mithrala and PK. They kind of made it all the way through there at the end there. Orcs. I got lucky as hell, man. I started off with Tagwar and Aragaz. Those were my carries. And then fast forward an event or two later, I got Ashnar and Garrel. And Ashnar just like said, hold my mythic, hold my red. I don't know. He carried that. Ogren obviously was Stock and Gizmek. Demon Spawn, Duchess for support, and then honestly Carnage. Carnage made light work of the Demon Spawn, so that's another really easy one. Undead. God, Undead was so free too, man. I had Siphi and Theodosa. Theodosa in particular is cracked for the Faction Wars. But you could do it with Siphi and Fabian for the most part. If you did those fusions. / got those champions. Volgoth for the Provokes was pretty mint for that one. And then obviously for Skinwalkers, it was Marius all day. You could literally plug Marius with anybody. He kind of carries Skinwalkers on his own. Knight's Rev was Crixia and then Embrius. Actually, Special little none. This is because of Arachnid Elixir, but Cavalex plus Hedgie, OP. And then Lizards. Lizards was Lazarius. Ramontu was the MVP for that. Forget Lazarius. Ramontu carried that faction. Honestly, some of the free-to-play acquired champions are actually like the gods of this faction, man. It's nuts. I have not gotten 63 stars yet on any, but I have beaten final boss on some. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a combination of things, brother. It's not like 100% easy to just straight up say, oh, this was like free low. I felt challenged personally with faction wars. I didn't think it was insurmountable. Obviously, we beat it, but any deficiencies in any of the following: champion pool, gear. That's kind of like a double-edged sword there. Gear, not only from just like being good builds, but like specific sets becoming more prevalent. Was there anything else I would say that was like super impactful? Set bonuses too, technically. I'm trying to think what else is there. There's like 3 big things that I felt like were super impactful for each faction. Honestly, prep time too. But, I mean, Celebi. Yeah. Yeah. Night's Rev too, yeah. Night's Rev was pretty easy as well. I wonder how much SoulSaint would charge to grind someone's faction more hard modes. Jesus, I don't know. I do offer some takeover services, but that might have to get renovated for this. Plus, I'm not gonna lie. If you're, like I said, if you have deficiency, it's like an uphill battle. It gets worse and worse over time too. I guess relics technically be a big catalyst too, because like after a certain point, like with the high elves, I started adding a little bit more elbow grease towards it. Obviously, I was working with more epics in that faction the most, and that helped me get over the finish line a little bit. So I can't deny that. Is your Guardians fully maxed? Are you talking about faction Guardians? No. I still have like 3 or 4 factions I need to do. And that's kind of ironic you say that too, because like High Elves is one of the ones I had some struggles with, and that one's like underdeveloped. Orcs. I don't think that like the faction guardian side of things is like mandatory for you to be able to do good with faction wars. Cause like I had mythics for this one, so it's kind of not fair. But like even with what I had here and the champions I had had Aragaz. Aragaz is like god tier for orcs, to be honest. And Tagwar. I give it to those two. Ashnar could be replaced with any other damage dealer. Same thing with Garrel. But yeah. Aragaz carried that faction for me. Is Arso helper down for anybody? I'm getting a weird error. Never mind, I think it just timed out by not hitting OK fast enough the first time. No, I think it works still. Name your price? Jesus. Send me a screenshot of your entire faction wars and I can tell you. I'll be able to maybe look into it a little bit. I don't know. I'll have to message you about it. Yeah, what's up, Mike? How you doing, man? New to the game and enjoying it, but have a shit ton of questions. Go for it. Ask. Get in line. Amas is next. Lol. Well, no. No. I think he meant to add Dubs, not Mikey. Yeah, ask away. I'll answer if it's within my ability to. Shit. I'm supposed to be doing something. Hold on. My bad. I'm going to have to sacrifice some silver. I think there's no other way to do this. On Fortnite, brother. I don't have space, though, brother. Fuck. Hiya. You can do my Hydra keys if you want. I don't want to. I gotta do my own, brother. What do you mean? You're trolling me. Finish the deck plus up 30 mil silver. I'm trying to get like you, Armand. You got silver? What? Sheesh. It's kind of depressing to say, but yeah, low key, it's kind of true, dog. I'm balling on a budget right now. That's why like regears hurt. But I think you guys want to see some live arena, so we'll accommodate. We'll figure it out. Hopefully. Maybe. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. You finished the deck, plus up 30 mil silver. Saw your new PB Genshin. Congrats. So when did you want to do my account analysis? Oh, shit. We can do it today. Let me finish up live arena and then remind me and we'll do it. Was I supposed to do that yesterday? Was that what I forgot? There's something I was supposed to do yesterday and I don't remember what it was. And that might have been it. So it's like a coaching session you want, right? Right, Wallace? Yeah, we could probably do it after my live arena. I got a little bit more of an open schedule today, too, so it's a little bit healthier. Siege just kind of come and gone, so we're you know, it's relaxing down a little bit. You went away yesterday? Yeah, maybe because of Siege. I had shit going on. You're at 100 mil again? What? How? Teach me. I hit 100 mil for the first time on Nightmare Hydra. Let's go. Yeah, more or less, you just take a look and give me your opinions on what you do at work on next. Yeah, I got you. I don't know what again. Guess I just need some guidance on my team. Currently running Kale at 60, but he feels weak. Running some Wukong at 50 and Apothecary with him. Cleared all of Campaign Brutals. They seem to work well together. Also have War Maiden, Truth Shield, Lemnisci, Silken, Magnar, and Drath as Epic Legends. Okay. So very early game. I'm feeling an Ashnar. No, what is this? They're gonna either respect the hedge or they're not. So, I guess the first thing that I think you should try to keep in mind, Mikey, if I were you, if you do exclamation new, oh, and Stone Skin, okay, that's different. Ooh, how do I tell you this though, gang? Imposter. Do exclamation new. There's a video that I think it's worth a watch, but before you go watch it, well, actually, you know what? I'll tell you what. If you're okay with it, watch the video, come back here, and then let me know if you still have questions. I think the first little bit of information I give you about is like how to start the game off strong, but also not only that though, what to prioritize and what to focus towards. And I think in addition to that, some of the big like goalposts that you want to kind of get like locked in or like drive towards would be like your first clan boss team, and you know I explained the reasoning behind that and all that. So yeah, give that a watch and come back to me. I think that video might actually do justice for what you're going to be asking and whatnot. I'll be here. I'm going to be here for a bit, so you let me know. Yeah, come back to me. Come back to me on that. Because if there's something that's missing in that video, I need to know. Step 1, have gears, champs geared. True. True Shield is a big heal support, right? I wish I had it for Dark Elves. Why am I seeing a bunch of some Wukongs out of nowhere? Wish I had it for Dark Elves for healing. Best advice is... You know what I use for healer for Dark Elves? Good old Painkeeper. Yo, she actually cooked too. You're sleeping on Painkeeper if you have one. What do you think I'm playing? This one right here? You see that one? I use her out the wazoo. She did work. Could you? Yo, I kind of want to bomb. Is it a bombing era? Do I bomb? I kind of want to bomb. Nah, we go Gizzy. Because fuck it, why not? Also, invested Grey Hall farming early. Yeah. All right, sounds good. We'll come back with questions later. Yeah, for sure. Please. That'll be a growing experience for me to see if I missed anything. I fail at step 1 a lot then. Can't tell you how many times my champs are naked. Relatable. That's so fucking relatable. You know, I could just ban this. That way you can't hide behind that shit. That shit's annoying. This guy's funny. Pump it. Why did he put some Wukonga's lead? What? He locked me out. Whatever will I do? It's contagious monkey business. I'm ages. Oh, brother, how do I tell you this, gang? Okay. There it is. Blast the stereo right. How hard did you go on stats on her? 100k, 300 speed? To be honest with you, if you can do 300 speeds in general, yeah. I think that was kind of like a nice little sweet spot for Factor War hard modes, for sure. Not all of them were, though. And I don't remember if I recall this correctly, but I don't think PK did have like a crazy high fast build. But we did make her super tanky. She doesn't do anything CC wise, and like the intent behind her was to kind of help sustain. So I played her in a more supporty role, so no damage. I think I put her in bolster too. So like tanky bolster, as much HP as possible, and then decent enough speed so that she's not just getting outcycled or whatever. And I think that really kind of sauced there for me. Yeah, I think this is kind of like confirmation. I need to get that video out ASAP for you guys, because this is some of the stuff I want to talk about. What's up, Katardi? Subsoul Siege W, I assume? Yes, sir. You assume correctly. We get those. Brought our mods to LA yesterday with the entire quad roll speed shield just gone. Oof. That frame is hideous. Leave my frames alone, bro. What the hell, man? He did do a whatchamacallit. Is he gonna let that through? We still gotta watch out for the what's his name? Lazarius. He's in Stone Skin too. You locked out, brother. They're faster though. 1 W. For better or worse, though, that's not actually a bad thing, though. Yeah, do you, brother? That's actually okay. Now, he could try going for the A2 here. That'd be interesting, to say the least. Oh, he went for the boosties. Okay. What's my play here? So he can flip, right? I'm expecting the flip. That'll help me kill these two. And then he's going to try to slam super aggressively, right? Let's see. Do you stay up? You don't like that frame? It is kind of like eh. We're just gonna wait for pettiness purposes, but then after that we're gonna probably move away from it. I'm gonna go back to my old frame. The frame you get from collecting all the event champions is cool. Yeah, it is actually. I think the I'm not gonna lie, getting muchachos as a avatar is actually kind of dang too. A little bit of jealousy for the boys that are P2W. Let me see you do it. I'm not a fan of the frame. I wasn't ever a fan of the frame anyways. We're wearing it right now because we want it. That's all. That's literally it. If I do this, I feel like they're going to ban this. So I really don't know what I want to do here. These are both annoying, though. I won't deny that. I didn't necessarily stop him from doing anything there either, though. Oh, they let him through. No shot. Okay. The frame is fine. The image doesn't match. What would you put in there though? I still feel like it looks like butt. Like just the frame by itself doesn't look all that great. I don't like the color palette. Like they have like that weird looking purple with the shade of like rusty yellow or whatever the fuck. It's alright. It's alright. You're coping if you think it's like all that though. I get a weak hit there. That's kind of bad, actually. Well, I'm leaning the rocket. Embrius free to play damage. Even I hit harder. Looks like a tombstone. It feels. I don't know. To me, it just feels a little stale. But it is one of the harder avatar frames to get. So that's kind of why we have it. You know. I'm gonna go back. Like I probably have to reset. I think after we get done with plat reset, we're probably gonna move it back. I don't know. I don't fucking know, bro. I just realized who we're going against. Hiya, Jackie. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do against John. It's been a minute since I fought him. He brought out the Coxus Maximus. No. +4, by the way. God damn. Man, he made that. He made this pick a little bit more annoying. Okay. Cowbellex? I'm down. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck. I have regrets. No, they let through. Hiya, Ducky. Yeah, we're cooked, boys. Yeah, we're probably in trouble, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. We'll see, though. Come on, cut him, baby. No, we're not. We're not built the same. What the hell, man? Whoa. Whoa. I can flip and try to speed up the boys. Shit. Let's see. Let's see if we got some sauce here. We're not that guy. I should have just locked his ass out. Ah! Yeah, I'm cooked. I'm super cooked. I'm cooked. I died to reflect. Ah! Yeah, you got me. I see Gallius is developed. You know what I could have done? I don't know if that would work. I could have tried that though. Maybe next time. Got cocked, yeah. I'm actually surprised he respected the Cowboys build. Or not. Well, I guess. Yeah, sure, I guess. Ding 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 ding. The Niame, okay. It's kind of annoying, but that's all right. There's a 3-star Harma in the shop. He is worth. Is he worth buying the essence if it costs me some resources? I'm in doubt. Harma's a good champ. I'll see why not. Interesting. Unlucky. Unlucky. Unlucky, brother. Very unlucky. Very, very unlucky. Unlucky, brother. Unlucky, brother. Damn, I didn't get the proc for it because of the passive. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Let's see, quick question. About 13 minutes in, good stuff so far, but talking about selling equipment for silver, should I sell all my 1-star gear? Yeah, typically you don't want to invest into anything below 4-star early on. 5-star probably be better, though. It depends on how quickly you can get like some pieces to get the ball going. So I would argue like 3 and below for sure isn't even worth investing because you get like, what is it? I don't know if they still give it to you or not, but like lifesteal gear and some other set bonuses early on. Those are worth investing towards a little bit early, but like long term, yeah, 3-star gear is cooked very, very quickly. Very, very quickly, yeah. Back to it? Yeah, yeah. Sounds good. Hmm. The Savagery you get for the login champion should also be nice. I don't know if it's the same for new player accounts though. So like, if it is, then yeah, obviously that would be the equivalency, right? But I don't know if newer accounts just get that gear right off the rip though. That might not be the same. Which is why I'm speaking like generalistically when I say, you know, what I said earlier. Ooh, that sucks, brother. Ooh, that sucks, brother. Honestly, fuck it. He kind of dies there, yeah. Speed? Okay. Okay. Nice. This matchup is the issues with matchmaking 15K versus 4K. I mean, to be honest with you, the like 15K, like it kind of, I almost feel like it doesn't matter. It's just I've been in gold 4 for longer. That's all. Really doesn't really necessarily mean that like it's bad. Now, is there problems with the faction? Or not faction, but is there problems with like the uh is there problems with like the matchmaking? Yeah. 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 This boy taking his time though. God damn. Majestic Dragons, what's up, man? I'm doing good. Big chillin', brother. Okay. Interesting. Is it because he's +4? I guess he could technically break through that too, huh? I guess. All right. What's your motive? Oh, and he went through too? Oh, fucking fort. I thought of like maybe like if I get like the rock or the the shoes in to like throw the A1. It'll bring his turn meter down. That'll give me time. I wasn't expecting him to throw the Marius in though. That just makes it even easier. I was hoping to strip him down so I could just like brute force him with Marius, but still be. I'm doing good though, Majestic. How are you, man? All right, no matter what, I'm picking Ashnar this round. I want to play with Ashnar. So we're going to play with Ashnar. God damn it. How else can I play this? This is so tempting. What's your motive? Ding, 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 ding. I could double boost technically. Sure. Fuck it. All right, let's see what we're dealing with here. What's up, Burso? How you doing, sir? He's half your point, 7.5k, yeah. I don't know. You know I haven't used Armand's in a minute. Maybe I bring him out. I kind of feel like I just don't like using him. Is that weird? Feels a little weird. Oh, baby. Anything you do is amazing. I don't know why. I love Crixia, though. Make it make sense. Crixia is good, but... Freak little baby. Do I just straight up just like ego check him with speed? Is that fucked up? I don't know if she's got gear on. I think she's got the gear on. Fuck, I forgot. Did I gear her? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think she's got the gear on. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Oh? Really? Yo, a true speed race? We haven't done this in a while. All right. Time to go zoomies. Maybe. Partially. I don't know. Oh, dog, you have no... Oh, my God. That's not the right one. Go for it. Everything you do is amazing. Boy, that boy believed in his speed. Yo, more power to you, dog. You a freak little baby. I don't like using Armands or Fabian. I wait for them to pick, and then I counter with like Crixie and Lamasu. Really? Okay. Fabian is not bad. Fabian, I actually could get behind like building him up. Truthfully, the problem is, I want to get his last star before I like genuinely care about it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do something different. It's still going back towards like what I like though about my champ pools, which is kind of bad. Kinda. They're probably gonna ban our base and try to challenge me speed race wise. I think that's what they're gonna do. We'll see. Oh, I was right. Nani? What's the build you have on SR? Damage. Oh, he's faster. He actually got the strip too. That's fucking crazy. Extra turn? What the fuck? This is where it gets a little weird. Oh my god, we survived it. I A2'd, by the way. I don't know why it's not going through. Oh, there we go. Extra turn on the Harima. She did decent damage, right? Raven? Nuker set with Raven? Question mark? Who has it on right now? I think she does. Raven? Like perk Shadow? It does give you defense, kinda. There's no way she went with like Relentless plus maybe a Cat's Gaze. Maybe she could have done that way too. Question mark? I'm so curious. What the fuck? Extra turn for A3. Yeah, her extra turn doesn't proc from that, though, no? She doesn't get an extra turn like that. Huh? It does? What do you mean it does? She didn't kill anybody. That doesn't explain the extra turn. The only way I could see it being an extra turn, because she didn't kill anybody at that point, right? She ended up having an A2 to kill the Kami at the end. Yeah, Harma went 2 turns there, right? So she got an extra turn. Where did that extra turn come from? There's only 2 ways that I could think of that she got it. Either the set bonus from a set bonus, like actual set bonus, or A Jemmy, right? Set bonus, relic, or Jimmy. Jimmy's out of the equation, though, because I think the only Jimmies that give you that is if you kill somebody, right? Like that one, for example. Is there any other ones that give you extra turns? I don't think so, right? No. That's Blunt Blades. That might not be bad on her. She does provoke. So I don't think it's Gemstone. I don't know of any other ones that give you extra turns. Maybe you guys can resolve my ignorance there, but Relentless or the Shadow Perch. It's got to be one of those two. That's such a weird. That's weird. Yeah, it's different though. The relic you have collecting dust? What do you mean? What relic I have collected dust? Huh? You talking about that one? I have it on Mikage. Remember, I have more than one, brother. Oh, you think it's Chrono Cube? That's such a bad relic for her, though. No way. But I mean, it would still be a relic, though. It would still be a relic. Either way, it still kind of justifies what I'm thinking, right? I think you'd rather go Perch Shadow. Oh, no, it's default skill, so it couldn't have been purged. She started off A3 into A2, right? Never mind. So it's definitely not purged. So it had to be Relentless? It had to be Relentless, right? Relentless or Chrono Cube? Wow. What a weird... Weird. Yeah, it's just weird. What the fuck? Okay. Mm-mm. Okay. Chrono used to be overpowered in all attack champions? I don't know about all that. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I feel like Chrono Cube is like one of the worst mythicals to have right now for relics. No cap. Majestic, if you can hear me, I got your message. I will get back to you. I'll get back to you on that, all right? We haven't done Siegfried in a while. I don't know if that's good for this team, though. I don't know. Okay. Oh, he's not in Stone Skin either. Oof. Brother. Yeah. Yo, why is this a vibe though? Hold up. Damn, that was pretty cool. Ooh. Ooh, what you trying to do? That's a good question, actually. I feel like I'm about to speed race this guy again. Oh, we're actually gonna race. That's crazy. Okay. All right. You know who Tyler reminds me of? No troll. She reminds me of what is it, Sierra? You know what I'm talking about? She reminds me of Sierra. Super cute and everything too. She's a pretty lady though. I'll give it to her. Little petite thing. Ooh, okay. Jiggle with the ting. Jingle with the ting. Ooh, the kami. The kami das. I kind of regret picking him now. Who should I pick? This is actually a good question. Yeah, I regret picking Nice here. Go for it. Fuck it. Let's see something. I have a feeling they're gonna ban this though, which is kind of a for it. We'll see. Armands. Ooh, okay. I think I'm gonna ban Commodus. I think I ban Commodus here. I think I cut in. I think I cut in here. I can't tell if he got it or not. On foot. Okay. I can't tell if he got locked out or not. It didn't show anything. It did. Did not. Okay. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing. Ouch. But maybe he's gonna hit this one so he can avoid taking damage here. It'd be stupid if he went with against him here, though. Yeah. She can go for the revive. You're not. Okay. What? What? Crying at the discotheque. Do you guys think I got enough time for one more? There's no need to rush. I actually need my resources. Never mind. Never mind. Don't question. Bing, bing, bing. Yeah. We'll chill for now. Bet the guy de-installed. I don't think de-installed is the word you're using here. No, I'm not gonna lie. How did he lose to you in speed, though, is the question. Or did you cut in and lock him out or some shit? He shouldn't have lost to you. Okay, let me knock these out real quick. I need to do some new builds soon because I need to put some of my glyphs somewhere. You know what I mean? Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. Go ahead, jump on my account. This is your reminder. I got you. Thank you. I actually forgot. I have to do 150 classic arena battles. Monthly finishes tomorrow. Yeah, reinstalled. I fat figured. No, that's also wrong. You mean uninstalled? Uninstalled, brother. Uninstalled. Deinstall. Let me just double tap, make sure all my stuff is done. I think we're good. I'm gonna burn some quick energy and then I'll jump on, okay? Send me your credentials, Wallace. I don't have it saved. Yeah, send me a DM on Discord real quick. Just for science, but how fast is your deacon? No way. Not classic, the fuck campaign. I was actually trying to figure that out. I was like, wait, is there like I was gonna say this truthfully. I was like, wait, don't you do like plat push? So like that should get done like naturally, right? If you're pushing plat and shit. And then in the back of my head, it's like, is there a bit like a quest or a mission? Ooh, to actually get like a bunch of battles done. And I don't remember there being one that significant. So it kind of caught me off guard. It's same as last EM. Send me a ping so I can get you, bro. I've gotten messages by like so many different people, dog. Yeah, hit me with a ping so you can bring it to the top of the list, and I'll jump on. That gets done in 2 days. I think there is one though. I guess maybe out of sight, out of mind. I don't ever keep track of it like that, huh? Yeah, I don't keep track of it like that anymore. If it's the arena ones, those get done normally. I feel like done. Okay. All right, give me a little bit. I gotta finish up this last little bit of energy, knock it out, and then I'll jump on. We'll get an idea where you're at. Do 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 do. I'm happy that like Marius kind of does the job here. It's kind of nice. Nice little QOL. I gotta figure out how much more I need to do though for what's it called? DD, Dungeon Diver. Yeah, I gotta be on top of it. Like tonight. Tonight's gonna be a kind of an important night to kind of keep track of everything because I got some tournaments to win, and then I gotta do champ training, and then I also gotta finish off the DD. Or sorry, artifact enhancement is what I'm thinking of. Sorry. Forget Autobot did let me send the Black Eyed Peas song. You mean Black Eyed Peas? Black Eyed Peas. What? You think it was faster? Be careful not to collect Luminicity tonight and do it tomorrow. I already collected her, dude. I did that by accident, though. I logged in, then clicked away somewhere, and then she kind of already popped up in the thing. So I kind of screwed myself there a little bit, to be honest. Yeah, it's not your fault. It's unfortunate that I ended up clicking on it by accident. I was like, oh fuck, because I've been logging on other people's accounts, and then log back on mine, and then like you don't think about it, and then boom, it goes through. So watch all of it, but we'll need to go back and rewatch parts of it. But building a clan boss team, how do I know which champions synergize better than others? So there are resources out there. One of the first ones I could suggest, like Deadwood Jedi's. He has a good website for a lot of different compositions that have good synergies. But early on, you don't really have a lot of those champions. So the best thing I can suggest is trying to find things that will help you enable doing clan boss effectively. So survivability is the name of the game early. Early game, it's survivability. So giving yourself champions that can help you with staying alive, so healing, increased defense, strengthen, shields, block damage. Demytha is one of those, for example. Those are important things to try to get on the board first. And then damage will come. Also, you can look at sets too. Life still helps you stay alive longer. Damage out, like raw damage output wise, you're not going to really do too much initially because your gear's still kind of in development. You're starting off of ground zero, right? So a lot of times people recommend doing like poison or HP burn based comp. So those are debuffs in the game that do damage as the enemy gets their turn. So like KO, for example, was a good option if you got him to help you get off the ground for like Demon Lord. Those are pretty much like the starting foundations for it. And then obviously adding ways to survive. So like decrease attack, decrease defense, weaken. Those are some good debuffs to get on the board too, because you take less damage, you do more damage. Increase speed. Boss, I don't think you could put decrease speed on him, so that one's not as much valuable. Leech. Leech is another way to stay alive a little bit longer too. So running Toxic Set on Kale. I kind of feel like with Kale, since he already puts up poisons, you don't need to go Toxic on him. You're probably better off doing something that gives him sustain so he can stay alive longer. Yeah, I think Lifesteal. Lifesteal would probably be a little bit more enticing if you want my opinion. Because like right now, survivability is going to give you more turns, which gives you more damage. A lot of people think that like based on other games and whatnot that they played, that like raid is similar in the tradition that you go raw damage output, get as much as you can, and not really. This game, you actually benefit from survivability more than anything first in terms of like PvE content initially, and then the damage will come over time. But there is a flip point where you go raw damage, like brute forcing it. You got to get there though. Once you get to that point though, then yeah, you can start brute forcing stuff, but it takes a little bit to get off the ground there. Yeah. If you want to peruse the YouTube a little bit more, particularly on my channel, you can search it up. I think it's like what stats and what sets. I kind of break it down to like different archetypes is what I call them. Whereas like you have like your support champion that support, try to stay alive, tanky. You got your damage dealers, and then of course you have like your utility champions, and that's a little bit more nuanced. And you can kind of get like an idea of what pieces to look like, what stats to look for inside each set. Because I think I do that for every single set that was available at the time, and you can kind of carry a similar approach. If the set's kind of like designed to be a damage dealing set, then you're looking for damage dealing stats primarily, right? If the set is kind of utility oriented, you obviously want to go utility oriented. And there's some gray spots in between that I discussed there too. There's that. What else is there? Some good tips. I think I discussed it in the video too about like doing missions and whatnot. The goal early game should be to get like start developing a champion pool so you can do more diverse content more effectively. Quality over quantity. I'll talk about that too, I think, in the video. Having a bunch of 50s is not the same as having 160. Hopefully you're doing that too as well. Little stuff like that kind of goes a long way, I think. Excuse me. Rude. All right, Wallace, I'm going to try to log in, okay? Giving you a heads up. Actually, I still have your account, son of a bitch. Yeah, I still have your account saved, actually. I'm in. Nice. I do have some 50s and 160 right now, so like your first goal is going to build up it should be to build up a team of 5 that could do all to 60, all masteried. That's another thing too, fully ascended, and then you work your way from there. It's basically you're establishing a foundation. Wallace, you ready? Bullshit. I don't want to jump on his account if he's not ready. Still ends up the worst, and I'm crazy. I'm not getting any responses from Wallace, so he might be a FK? Question mark? I don't want to just jump on his account if he's not ready. What if he's farming something? That'd be kind of rough, right? Oh, there you are. You ready, brother? Yeah, so for some reason I still had your account saved on my my list here for play and play. So I'm ready to log in if you are. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can find out where you're at. I am going to have some questions along the way I need you to ask, but I'm going to be jumping around on your account, okay? So let me see what you got going on, and then we'll go from there. Where would you say you're roughly at, though, in terms of like progression? Do you think you're like more mid-game? There's no way you're early game, right? I think you spent too much in this game already. So like maybe more mid-game, late game-ish? That's kind of like indicative of like a 13 mil account. Could be misleading, though, but we'll see. Okay, you're going for the fusion, huh? Nice. Still don't have Lamasu or Imbrius. Different thing. You gotta get some friends. You jump around a lot. I need to get some of these, actually. I don't know if it's the right price, but I'm trying to get like you, sir. What the fuck? I just realized that's a 10 big... That's a... Damn! Yeah, it's a 10 big boys. Interesting. Okay. Good. Good to wait. Good to wait. There you go. Shit. Ooh, you get a Trunda. Nice. Actually. That's how I know my boy spins a little bit. God damn. All right, we'll do champion pool last. Let's see where else you're at. I'm assuming you can do all of Iron Twins, right? Like all rotations pretty fast? Okay. I want to see the teams. Da-dum, touch. Enough. It's decent. You've made it to the boss, but you had some hiccups along the way. Okay. Who do you think you are? You're in control. We're not doing bad. Yeah, you're not doing bad at all, brother. Off week. Or off portion of the week. I think you should start repping up, though. Prepping up, though, for that. Gold 4, 9K? Okay. He's a wiener. He's got this champion. We're going to ban him after this. Damn, you got a better fucking champion pool than I do. What the hell? Do you have screenshots of your previous runs on Hydra? What's your average on like Hydra? Like what like yeah, if you got some screenshots of some of your Clash experiences or whatever, send that to me real quick so I can kind of see it. And same with Chimera. Looks like you did your keys there so I could kind of see a little bit. Solid core. Very solid core, actually. You either got unlucky with your block debuffs or somebody resisted, but that's the problem there. Middle real's good. And then Viper 1, that's the left side. That's okay. Okay. I mean, you got a good grasp on that. That's fine. These are decent, too. It's got a 6-star Toshiro. What the fuck? Halas would probably be the one I'd be a little bit more open to, like, moving around a bit. And I'm kind of curious as to why you have him there, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, the main thing I want to see is team compositions is really what I want to see. Damage output, maybe I could look at builds on a little bit too. You're actually more further progressing like mid game. You're kind of like late game-ish. Late-ish game, sort of. Based on what I'm seeing. Question. I can answer this myself, actually. Hold on. I'm assuming you could do this. Lethal would be Dark Fae, which means if you could do Dark Fae, you should be able to do all the other rotations, in my opinion. Right? So I'm going to assume that you could do all of Frost, all Doom Tower rotations, right? All 3 of them? On hard difficulty? A lot of this is going to be predicated upon champion pool. Champion pool gear, blessing, the whole 9 yards. And then siege is just PvP, basically. Okay, let's see champion pool. Oh, boy. God damn, brother. You spent a pretty penny on this game, dude. Not bad. You got a good spread. A really, really good spread. Tell me, boys, do y'all see something he's missing already, though? Answer me this since I'm already here, too, as well. What is your fastest, your tankiest, and your strongest nuker? So fastest champion, strongest, or tankiest champion, and your strongest nuker. Your heaviest hitter. PvP or PvE. Like, who's your thumper if you need to rely on him? Ooh. Actually, did I just see it? Did I just see it? No, I'm going crazy. You don't. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Let me double tap one more time. How long have you been playing the game? Galash is your fastest, or Shear's your best? 6 months? Brother, you put a pretty opinion into this game. Not bad. Okay, so it's kind of obviously a no-brainer. I was looking to see if you had Ramontu and Marius, the first things I saw, so that's indicative of where you're at. Believe it or not, I would say it's going to be harder for you to get Ramontu than it is Marius, and the reason why is that there's more time gates than anything. So my first advice is going to be for you to push more towards Ramontu. Marius will come naturally, I think, because of what you do in the game already, but you could equally push both of them, and I would make an effort because both of them are very, very strong in a lot of different ways, both PvE and PvP. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Honestly, though, your account's got a good spread when it comes to blessings and champion pool. That's something you are afraid to pull. You said your tankiest is, or your fastest is Galathier and Relentless. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. And then you like Toshiro as your damage dealer. That's fine. That's fine. Pro tip, I think he's better with Nature's Wrath than he is Crushing Rin. What about PvP-wise? There's no way you're using Toshiro for PvP. That's decent. Huh? Huh? Alright, never mind. Scrap the build. Scrap the build. We're not 100%. What the fuck? Nell and Commodus. That's okay for where you are, too. Is this your PvE build? I feel like you have a different build than this. You do? Don't? I'm gonna assume you make up for it over here. No, you're missing one still. What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. I just use my mythicals. Yeah. I don't think this amplifies her poisons or anything like that, so I kind of feel like that's a wasted gem socket right there, no? Yeah. The big pop is like from the activation of the poisons, not so much the damage itself. I mean, you could do damage, but you're not relying on that. It's kind of a wasted gem socket. Okay. Really not bad, man. For 6 months, that's not bad. You're in a good spot. You're already becoming more and more comfortable, it looks like, too. Around, like, mid-250s doesn't seem like it's too difficult for you. You could tell your account's getting stressed the moment you start going above 250, though. In terms of speeds. For damage. Yeah. What I'm also looking at right now, too, just to, I guess I can narrate my thoughts a little bit here, too, is if he's able to complete every piece of content in terms of like the dungeons, which means that he has his farm engines online, then when you look at gear, one of the first things I like to see is like, okay, where's his star progression at? What is his stats? Like, what are some of the stats I see him at? Can he hit certain numbers without too much like duress or whatever? And then what sets is he also putting him into? So that's why you see me like clicking around a little bit to see where he's at. Like, for example, his Galather, which you could tell he values quite a bit, is more developed than, for example, some of his other champions that you can kind of notice that there's a little bit less in there. No glyphs, incomplete bless or oils, things like that can kind of show you in terms of like, okay, maybe he's got like some quality champions here and there, but they're like in terms of like the overall scope of his progression, you could definitely do a little bit more to kind of polish each of these builds as he goes along. There's still like incomplete stuff in there. Yeah, there's still incomplete stuff, right? So it's just a matter of like fixing it up and whatnot. But that is something to keep in mind, right? In terms of like how far his builds can go. So that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of intaking where he's at. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad though. It's not bad at all. All right. I use Saint Pill for PvP because I just use Niame with Gala, and I'm closing 2 years, and that looks hella more stacked than me. Yeah, he's got some good luck, but also like you could tell he's put his focus to some particular key areas. This dude does not mind pulling voids, and he does not mind pulling primals, as you guys can see. Which, to be honest with you, if y'all want my opinion, that's kind of the way to go. Voids could carry the game, and so do the mythics, right? So it's kind of like that is tech. If you want my honest opinion, those are like the two most valuable shards in the game right now. Ancients and Sacreds are just, to me, they're just fodder for tournaments and shit, just so you can kind of get like objectives done and whatnot. But the real value, like, he's got Mari Taurus, you know, he's got Rio. I think she's a good champion, personally. We already saw Niame. He's got Krisk, which is another god tier like Void to like have access to. So like he's got good substance in terms of like those focused areas and whatnot. All right. Before I begin, do you have any initial questions you want me to answer along the way? I think I got like a good idea of where your account is at now. Before I get started, but to summarize it in a summary of words, you're looking for guidance as to what to prioritize, and any other things to help clean up your account in a summary of words. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to actually burn some of your, I'm going to burn one refill just so I can see some stuff, okay? Solo cock, okay. I'm assuming, technically a solo farm, but she kind of helps line it up or something? And then she reses, or like, is it just him? Help me understand your teams so I know whether or not like I need to nitpick this or not. This man just throws good stuff at it. I mean, to be honest with you, why not, right? Fuck it. This is like Kraken level. I hate to do this to you, Wallace, but this is Kraken level brute force at its finest. There's no method behind the madness. I'm just throwing my good shit at it and let it cook. It's so accurate, though. Ah, fuck. Okay. Ah, so she's Mizu. I got you. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I like the fear attack. That's good. That's good. I believe he does it on his A1 too, doesn't he? I'm assuming you line up for a loss to block damage at the end of the turn. Oh no, you have them delayed. Okay. So they're a little bit slower than the boss. Boss is like what, 250? All he does is A1s. Yeah, that's fine. I'd be careful with the brand up though. But I'm assuming he goes out, like he basically lines it up for like the counterattack, which the boss will go. Pie Drag either injects or cleanses. I think it looks like he injects first, which with that should be almost enough to like open up the boss, and then from there he controls it with Furite and G-Nut, and then damage with the rest of the boys. Interesting. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. You don't have a second nut, do you? Or a resetter? You got Crixia, but Crixia is okay up until a certain point. Ding 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 ding. IG is good stuff. That's crazy. Spooter looks like Athorion solo for the most part. Something like that. What do you use for Dragon? Good stuff again. Okay. Interesting. Bro, you gotta name your shit, bro. What the fuck? So, do you turn her over for the sleep? You do. Okay. So, Makaga's your sleep champion, which leads into you putting some debuffs up. Yeah, you open up with debuffs, then you reset your spaghetti. And then he's obviously just A3, and then you survive. In Brage. Interesting. And you got that done in what? 40 seconds, huh? Okay. All right. That's weird. Good stuff. All right, so you just throw your good stuff at everything. That's what it looks like. That's so good. That's so funny. Yeah, that's funny. I'm going to build a Theodore Balar team for Dragon. Okay. Ooh, that's actually a good thing to look at now that you mentioned that. How lucky or unlucky have you been? Couple ones, that's not bad. Couple elixirs, couple Seros. Hold on, let's do it this way. So you were playing for Cat's Gaze. That's Alice. That was earlier this year, right? So that makes sense. Smart. This lucky motherfucker, he got a Skull Treason. He got two of them. What? Okay, there's all the miscellaneous stuff. So no mythicals yet, huh? Tough. Not easy to get him, though. Okay. Interesting. All right. All right. How do we start this off? So I think generally speaking, in terms of what I would suggest you focus towards, just to open up more options and more avenues for you to be able to do things effectively, I'm gonna start here. I think Ramonta and Marius is worth going out of your way for. That will open doors not only in all content pieces, to be real, More importantly, where areas where it's like really, really strict and it looks like you kind of have some issues at would be like skinwalkers. Lizards, not so much, but I'm willing to bet that with like Ramontu, that quality of life becomes a lot easier for Lizard, and I think that might help you round out that faction, actually. I got to give you some commending, because considering where you're at in progression and whatnot, I'm very surprised you got as many of the stars as you did, so not bad. Not bad at all. So yeah, first things first, I would say, I'm going to write this out. So, missions. I guess you're kind of a spinner, so this doesn't really bother you as much, but like, I think eventually you probably do want to go down the route of getting this out of the way. It's a one and done thing. I think you get some Lego books and whatnot in there, but maybe you don't care about that as much. It's fine. I just for the completionist in me, I'd say you should do it. Just do it. Someday. You decide there. Next thing I'm going to suggest for you too. This one's a little bit more open. I know it looks cool to see like all blue and whatnot, and eventually all yellow, but I think this is kind of something that also hurts you a little bit too. I think quality over quantity is something I'm going to always argue in favor for, because you see more of a substantial impact to your build / experiences with certain key champions. The best advice I can give you, and you can kind of see this already being a habit on your account, that you lean pretty heavy towards some specific champions on your account. If those champions are consistently being used across the board, you should make efforts towards expanding their capability by prioritizing stats for them. What benefit does it have for you to throw attack into force when you're not using an attack type champion that's in force? Whereas on this flip side, you're using someone like Toshiro quite a bit, right? For a lot of content. So investing in HP, attack, and obviously crit damage is the play. In addition to that, too, going on the support side, getting your Galathier, getting HP, defense, and res is really good, and maybe some accuracy depending on what your content focus is. Those are areas where, like, depending on your champion pool and depending on your focus, I would argue that like that's where you should devote your resources towards. It looks like you're starting to flip towards that as a focus, but I did notice that for both your area bonuses and your affinity bonuses, you do have this tendency to kind of like jump around a little bit. So hopefully you kind of find some footing now. You hopefully have an understanding of like your champion pool in terms of like what you use quite often. Dedicate resources to improving those. And then you can start filling in the rest of the blanks as they go along. I think that's my first suggestion there. Area bonuses wise, I think this is going to be a little bit more open-ended because you kind of have a busted champion pool. So you're kind of skipping some steps in this regard, but I think spreading like this too could also be a little bit malnutritious. And the way I go about it, right, is you're not really going to feel a difference between levels 1, 2, and 3. You maybe start feeling it around like 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. You should feel it by 7, 8, 9, and 10, particularly at 10. So like this right here is kind of like you kind of see like, oh, I need a little bit of accuracy. Oh, I also need a little bit of attack. I think maybe that'll get me over the finish line. Oh, I need some more of this. I need some more of that. I'm willing to bet that the little 8% you got here would have been substantially different if you got to the 30% there. It's just a bigger impact. So I would argue that like quality over quantity and both sides of the Great Hall would pay a much bigger contribution. And here's why. Stat bonus wise, a lot of times, like for example, I want you to look at the chess piece of any given set you got. You have the primary stat and then a couple substats, right? In a primary stat value, at best, for a 6-star piece of gear, you get like roughly what, 96? Correct me if I'm wrong? In either res or accuracy. Just to use that as an example piece, right? So 96, right? The equivalent to that, almost, in summary words, is literally going a full 80. That will cover the cost of you having to go accuracy on your chess piece, which maybe could alleviate you going towards more HP focus, which will enable combatives even more. That's a perfect example. Also, we got to consider that like you also need to make sure that you have a better banner, which, you know, that's a area that you can probably improve upon with some speed and whatnot, right? But those are some things that you can kind of notice with your builds that as you go along, because you're having deficiencies on one side or the other, you can see that impact a bit. I'm using commonness as the example, but I'm pretty sure that will have a driving factor in a lot of your build focuses and whatnot. In some of your key areas, like for example, right now you're compensating like your Toshiro build with perception, which will enable you with 40 more accuracy. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. And please take this as constructive criticism in that regard. Like your build pathing, you know how to build. It's no brainer, right? You're doing good in that regard. But because you jumped around a lot in terms of like your build focuses and the Grey Hall department, you can kind of see that like you see a little bit of a tug of war with stats. And one little nice thing that I could give you as an example is Zeal set with like maybe that ignore percent set gives you more damage out of Toshiro, making him more effective. But in order to get there, you kind of need to line up some stats in some key areas to enable that, right? And doing like quality focuses on your Great Hall, both in area bonuses or inside your affinity bonuses, kind of makes that check a little bit easier. You know what I mean? So, in particular, if you're someone that uses like the optimizer, you set your minimums that you want first, and then it prioritizes based on whatever the driving focus is for the rest of the build. So like if you're going support, it's going to try to prioritize a healthy balance between HP and defense for higher EHP. For damage, is going to be whatever crit damage and primary stat is in terms of their value, and you so on and so forth. But those minimum stat requirements, so like whatever your minimum speed range is, your minimum accuracy ranges are, those are going to be the first things that it's going to try to achieve first, and then it'll complement with everything else after the fact in terms of like bonus stats, right? And that's what the optimizer does. That's what you kind of do subconsciously whenever you're building up a champion, and that's why I always scream like accuracy or like, you know, if you're going to go speed, those checks are kind of like something you kind of want to check off the list first, right? So quality over quantity. We'll break down exactly where you're going to want to improve at from there, but I'm gonna kind of keep it moving just for now. Champion pool wise, I mean, to be honest with you kind of got a lot of what you need. Literally now at this point, your foundation has been established. And I would argue now at this point, you should try to go for things that are just only going to enable you more. So don't just go for every 2x or every whatever. You should now pull shards with purpose. What are some key champions that will stand out for you? Well, that's going to depend on your focus, which we're gonna drive towards next. This is all going to be subjective. And I'm going to say this as a way of like just my mindset. I'm going to impose my mindset on you a little bit there in this regard. So this is not for everybody, and I respectfully understand that. But if you're trying to be competitive or you're trying to be the best you can be, there's two things I think in this game that will show your results in a way, right? Your efficiency at or your consistency at being able to do something. So being able to do 100% success rate on all your dungeons, right? But then efficiency comes afterwards too. So that to me is what separates a late game player to an end game player a lot of the times. I have a video, and this is for everybody. I have a video on my YouTube channel that has to do with defining your progress. The goalpost has moved, but like the sentiment that I carry behind my reasoning, behind what goes into each range, kind of still stays the same. So the difference between an end game player or a late game player is, yeah, you can farm Ice Golem, but it's taking you 2 minutes and 31 seconds. End game wise, you're getting to the point where maybe you're able to do it sub 1 minute or at least a minute, so you're kind of half the time. Some even go even further. They're able to do it in seconds because they're just that good, right? They have that champion pool to do it. They have the builds and the gear and all that to do it. The value behind efficiency... let me turn up my music a little bit because it's a little loud. The efficiency side of things is important only because of some factors. One, time. Time becomes a lot more relevant for players as you go up in content. And this is what I mean by that. As you get better at the game, you have more to do. And as you have more to do, the more time consumptuous this game can get. I think we all agree that this game can take a tremendous amount of activity time just to complete your dailies, complete active, like everything in the game in one day, let alone a week, let alone a month. Quality of life is important because what if you want to take some time aside to work on a new build? You need to have that open flexibility, and I think being able to be more efficient at it is going to help. But also, there are certain things that have been introduced to the game, and I don't know if there's any active right now. Turn attacks. So this is where resource management becomes a bit more of a conversation topic, and I would say being able to do things at a much more efficient route, so not only you're doing it consistently, you're doing it faster, basically in some of your words, faster and quicker, will lead for you to not have to spin as much. Because you have lower turn count, you get more points, which leads to you being able to do less runs, saving you more silver to still get the same rewards if you're only going for like milestone stuff, you know? Let me see if I can find info on the. Fortunately, I can't click it, but like next time you get a chance, take a look at your. If there's an available turn attack, take a look at that, and that kind of leads to why being efficient is really good in the realm of like progressing your account. So, if that is something you would like to prioritize, then I think the best thing you could start doing is looking at teams that can help you hyper farm, and that's where I feel like champions like Marius can come into play because he could be another slot in for someone like G-Nut, just as an example. Ramontu is a little bit lower in that priority regard right there because like you have champions like Rio that you could technically slot in. It's just a matter of a different speed tune for the most part, but she kind of does something similar to Ramontu in that regard. And like Sand Devils and like other areas where you can just get like a lot of debuffs out in one go. She can be a replacement for that, so it's not as big for Ramontu, but Mari's definitely being like another big enemy max HP hitter is good. And that's why I'm justifying like the whole mission side of things. It's kind of hard to break down for each individual one, but that is something that I think you could look into. However, for where you're at in the game, and if you want more bang for your buck, I think your bigger value is going to be in the more competitive areas of the game. So we're leaning like more Clash. And that's going to be like Hydra and Chimera. Particularly Chimera is probably, I think, where like I think you're going to start leaning towards more. Cursed City, have you finished every rotation? I want to say that's probably something else that you may or may not have been able to do. I think it's looking like you're more yes now, but maybe when you first started out, it's not 100%. Also, you don't have Carnage, so I'm going to assume that there's a little bit of a room for improvement. Actually, 6 months in, getting your champion pool to where you're at now, you're roughly at the halfway point. God, how many candles can you get within a singular rotation a month now? It's quite a bit. Carnage is also worth going for, in my opinion. He's a strong champion. PvP and, honestly, PvE too. 60 candles a week, you mean a month? So this is going to become an important focus too as well. So it really depends, is what I kind of feel like. Where do you, like, what kind of experience do you want to have with this game? Because you're at that point now where you can decide. How competitive do you want to go? The more competitive, the more you need to be able to like check off the list. That is a genuine question you kind of have to answer for yourself. Because I can go to some extremes here, or I could be a little bit more nuanced about it. But I do think that like as of right now, the first couple things I would look for is for you to finish off some of the free to play acquired champions. They're good. Most of them are pretty good. Which will open up doors in this area, which will open up doors in other areas. You see what I'm saying? Like they're all kind of intertwined a little bit. So definitely like Chimera number 1. Okay. God, is your champion pool good enough for that? I want to argue yes. So it might be more of an argument of like gear at that point, gear and blessings. Which blessings, I almost don't even want to throw that into the argument because like you're fucking stacked. You're kind of stacked, dog. And they made the content piece a lot more easier to do too. Okay. Do you see yourself getting like super competitive in this game? Like trying to push for number 1 spots or like trying to beat your opponents in like Hydra Clash and whatnot? Like, do you feel like trying to hit number 1 here is important for you? That's kind of where I was kind of alluding to. Because as of where you are right now, you got all the initial PvE content done outside of like Cursed City, which I think will be a big focus for you. But if Hydra's a big deal, or if like, well, Chimera, you really can't throw any other extra resources outside of just having your established champion, your account being established in a sense, right? Then that'll kind of dictate the flow of some other stuff too. So this is where it's going to kind of go in towards so missions. Obviously, you need to get your Grey Hall going still. I'm gonna break this down even more. So give me a minute. Sorry, it's just like my general template of how I do things, so bear with me. I list out the areas I think you need to like prioritize, and then I'm going to break it down even more. So Marius will open more efficiency-oriented routes for dungeon teams, as well as high contribution to PvP. Carnage will provide flexibility in PvP with small contributions to PvE. Think about Faction Wars Hard. Ramontu. For your account, it's kind of low priority value. Low value on PvE content. Barring with F. I'm going to do FW hard as an exception. I actually think he's like a top tier pick for the Lizards. Especially like one or two key like the last couple of stages, he's like really shines. And low/medium value on PvP. You can look at my plat push videos if you want to see Ramontu in action there. Due to Rio options, but you can still use them technically. I still think that like just Faction Wars hard alone, you should go for him personally. I think this is the most important path due to time limitations. The time gates are unreal, so getting on top of this is important. I need more information on Hydra from you. Do you feel like defensively, like in terms of TTA, you have any issues? I feel like you shouldn't, because you got too much of the OP shit. I'm gonna go to Hydra and then we'll do Chimera afterwards. Let's do Hydra, Chimera. And the reason why I like doing like this is I feel like Hydra feeds into Chimera quite well. There are some routes that use like protection set, which is where you get that from Hydra. So that's why I'm gonna lean towards like Hydra focus first, and then we can go from there. Definitely want to push. I enjoy progress in maxing / optimizing. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna break it down even more. Just let me. I'm just getting my thoughts out of the way right now, so I can have this for you, and I'll send you a copy of this once we're done. You got Hydra, Prydrag. Actually, you know what? Hold on, we got keys. Is it just these three teams alone? All right, so help me out here. Is Team 1 Nightmare, Team 2 Brutal, Team 3 Hard? And some rewards? For now? Yeah, okay. No, this is good. This is good. This is what I needed, actually. Okay. We got good buff coverage. Decreased defense, weaken. Increased speed. No decreased speed. Ally attack, obviously, from these two. Block buff, provoke. Cleanse. Okay. You don't like your Krisk, huh? Go for it. Okay. Chris is brand new. Ah. Oh yeah, he's worth it. I still use mine. I love Chris, man. People think he's just a provoker, but he's way more than that. Buff extension, decrease speed technically if you really want to go there. You can use him as a curse outlet too. And then yeah, man. He does a lot. He does a lot, brother. He does a lot. He technically could be indirect debuffer, but that's semantics. Okay. I can nitpick this if you want me to. I can nitpick this. And I think I will, but I gotta see what else you have for options. I saw you don't have Trunda, so obviously you don't have the queen of the bunch, but you have like technically what I would consider to be like second/third best in Toshi, so that's good. You're gonna hate me for this, but I'm not a big fan of enemy max HP hitters anymore in Hydra content because I feel like they get outscaled or they get out damaged by damage scalers nowadays. You're sleeping on your Calamitous, by the way. Calamitous is fucking nasty in that content piece. Yeah. He one bad motherfucker, bro. Your team 3 probably is like the easiest to upgrade, but let's see what else we got here before we go any further. How do we feel about Cheshire in Hydra? I feel like he's okay. I almost want to say there's better, though. Thor's not bad, though. I give a lot of hate. I give him a lot of flack, but like truth be told, he's actually a very solid champion for Hydra. Very, very strong. And this is going to sound mad weird, too, as well. If you can get away from... the more supports you can get away from, the better it gets, right? Some caveats behind that. If it's an enabling support, it's a little different. Like, for example, what I consider to be an enabling support is like your Mikage Pie Drag at the top. True support, I'm thinking like maybe Galathea, right? So when I say like true supports, like trying to wean away from those, that's where I'm talking about like your Gala or your Marishka in these two comps. This one's a little bit more harsher, but I mean, you kind of have your answer and sustain through Toshiro, Pie Drag, to name a few. And then you technically have an oh shit button with Lazarius. Lazarius is a little bit of a cheat code. I do that too. But if you look at your other two teams, you kind of have like a little bit of like some just heavy hardcore supports, and I think that can be kind of like replaceable, and that can enable more damage. I'm going to assume the reason why you have someone like her in play, is there a reason why you're using Vizix? I know she does decent damage. I almost want to argue, maybe this might be something I might have to like see for myself, but I would argue that like Calamitous would do more than her. And you got someone who can not only extend debuffs but spread them in Ashnor. I've done a build, I've done a team where these two have been together, and it's fucking sick. So I would argue that like Whisper's an easy plug out. I do know that like these two together is cool and all, but I don't think Marishka long term is like necessary. Taras, if you can get like a buff heavy comp, he can actually be a pretty substantial hitter too. Who else do we have though for like damage scaling options? Looks like no ninja, right? Do you have a Haruma? Haruma's also a damage scaler. Who else do we have? Technically, Aloz is a damage scaler, so I'm okay with him being up there. I'm trying to think of who else I've used that I think was like really, really like, oh man, this felt good. Ninja, Haruma, Toshi. I feel like I'm missing some other damage scalers that can go up over time. Obviously, Aphodas is not bad. Sorry, I'm trying to think what else we got. It's been so long since I looked at Hydra content, man. It's all about Trundaki now for me. Fuck. Is that bad? It's a little bad, isn't it? Yeah, this is actually humbling for me. Varl? Oh, shit. What about Varl? There we go. Ooh, where you at with your Doom Tower? That's a fragment champion, no? Varl is actually low-key kind of a demon. Where's it at? It's his passive. So, this is what I mean by damage scalers. Every single time they do something with their abilities, so like A2, Toshiro, what is it? A2, Haruma, abilities for Ninja, like its passives or whatever that tell you that they increase in something that's really substantial for them over the course of a fight. And you got to think Hydra's a long-term fight, so damage scalers actually win ahead of a lot of like enemy max HPers and whatnot. So Calamus is new like since 3 days ago. So you kind of want to get him off the ground a little bit, so it may not be like an exact W, but the value behind someone like Calamitous is that his damage scales in proportion to if you play it right. For each debuff that's on the target. So that's why I like Ashnar with him, because if you do Ashnar's second form, A2, he not only spreads all the debuffs, but he also increases the duration. So it's very easy to keep high uptime on debuff count. And that only further enables someone like Calamitous to come in and just, you know, it's kind of like, this is like the equivalent to like what you would see with your Taurus, for example. Maybe a little bit more. So that's why I was saying, like, I like those as a combination. I've tried it on a couple teams before on accounts that I would argue that is equally as progressed as you are or lower, and they done some pretty substantial damage because of it. Carnage is not bad either. I think his damage actually was kind of a little underrated. His ability to counterattack all the time kind of makes him super active. And he has kind of like his own built-in scaling that you can technically raise up with the fact that you have stuff. Also, his stat value is just nuts. I mean, he's probably got the highest attack in his second form in the game. Don't quote me on that, but I think he's got like the highest value there, so he's pretty strong there too. Doesn't offer as much though, so that's something you got to keep in mind too. You have to build with him in mind when you're building a composition up. But like, I hate to say it, but mythicals, they do a lot, dog. Let me think. Who else is out there? You don't have him. You don't have Yasu. Yasu is kind of comparable to Toshi a little bit. I think Toshi's just a little bit better, but Void Affinity, he splash damages like a motherfucker, makes him pretty strong, so I have to exclude him for now. I guess Cheshire could technically stay in for a little bit. I'm pretty sure he does a lot of damage. I'll take Charles' word for it. He says he thinks he's better than Thor, so you got that as like prioritizing wise. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you have Teox. Teox is kind of like his own solo damage dealer that technically plugs in your other damage dealer in with him. Most compositions, I would argue, in terms of like being like super optimal, and you're kind of almost there with your first team. is 2 damage dealers and then the rest of the team to enable and keeping them going. Whereas like this side, you kind of have like a little bit more hybridy utility champions, and they fit a mold, but they don't technically give more towards him like hardcore truthfully. You know what I mean? Like I feel like you're technically using this champion and this champion as a way to push Toshiro in more. Well, technically that one too. So like these 3 are technically these 2, but indirectly. Whereas like Galather's here, he's healing and all that good stuff. That's fine, but then he's not pushing. You're not getting Cheshire multiple times. Whereas like with Toshi and that team comp, you're getting Toshi a lot of times, even though it's not his turn. You know what I mean? So little nuances there that are kind of important. This team, I feel like, is probably like the easiest to replace. I feel like outside of her A1 and her A2 being able to spam you, or sorry, A3 spam you into the fights a little bit here and there, so she's kind of like that's it. It's kind of all she offers there. I think that maybe you can consider her on the chopping block, but Esme's interesting. Block Bust Weekends is pretty cool, and the increased speed is pretty cool too. It's okay. It's okay. I think maybe you can find some alternative options for that too as well. Oh, he kind of went down in value for me because of the way they handled Chimera or Hydra, but I don't think you have him, do you? Do you have the bunny? God, this guy has a special place in my heart. I don't think you got the bunny. No bunny? Oh, for it. Not exactly copy pasta for that team, but, I mean, contributes a little bit towards it. She doesn't do much for damage, though, I'm assuming. And you don't even have her built towards that. So, like, basically, you kind of want damage everywhere. And that's something that, like, if the option is, like, kind of not designed like that, like, Mariska isn't designed to be a damage dealer, you kind of want to get them out. But you need to find something to sustain and keep your team going in the meantime, though, so. What does she got for, like, Leech options? To me, Leech is probably, like, one of the strongest debuffs you can have in Hydra. Well, Balar. It's 1. Oh, no, okay. Never mind. Poisons aren't really valuable in Hydra content, so... Meh. No Necmo, huh? Fort. Give me more turns. I have learned so that you're kind of following a similar. You're going through what we all went through before in the past when it comes to progression. I'm gonna give you another example of another champion that does something very comparable that eventually got chopped out of my team. After a certain period of time in Hydra, being able to hit max turn limit is not impossible, and it gets to a point where you get to it a lot quicker than most, depending on the champion pool. It's not so much how many turns you get, it's more so the quality of the turn you get. I think that plays a bigger value. So I would argue that like maybe you find an alternative option that could still enable your team without forcing too many turn losses. You need to start learning to play I guess is the way to say it. You need to start learning how to play for more quality turns instead of more turns. Every single turn should get value out of it, ideally. That's not to say that like, you can't still have boosters like this, but like for example, Lazarius gives you more than just turn meter boosting within one ability. Yeah, he's turn meter boosting, but he's also increasing your attack and strengthening you. You know what I mean? Like you're getting more out of it instead of just straight boosting. Whereas like what if you found a champion that can give you some sustain, but also deals damage? Now that slot is now more valuable in that regard, right? Just throwing that out there, you know what I mean? I don't have enough information on Balar. I feel like Balar doesn't do a lot of crazy damage in general from what I've heard about him. So I would argue that he's probably not going to be like the best plug and play for Hydra content, especially since he's so conditional to poison-based debuffs. Which is more important, HP or defense? HP for PvP, PvE, it's more defense-oriented. But a healthy balance of both is pretty ideal. Res is something that is a more late-game, end-game oriented stat. There's small exceptions to that rule when it comes to like solo build content for PvE, but I think you're early game, so I think don't worry about res for right now. Calamitous Ashnar, Balar. Can't speak on Balar, but Calamitous Ashnar, I know for sure. I've tested that. Aphidus is good in Chimera. True. We'll get to that in a minute. I'm just going down Hydra. Right now, I'm just giving him options to consider. Yeah, I want to say like some of the biggest damage outputs. I mean, there are some key things that I will kind of vocalize. Like, I'm going to show you an example. This is kind of like niche, and this is very, very Hydra specific. It's comparable to like what I would argue is like the Trunda comp, or yeah, kind of like the OG Trunda. This is literally the OG Trunda comp, which is like double Yumiko, Lanaka, Skirptek, and Lydia. Taraz can be plugged and played there. He's basically just constantly spamming his massive ability, and this comp is designed to give you maximum buff count as well as like enabling you with passives. And I guess that's the next point about like how to drive towards better supports. There are some champions in the game, using Gertuk as an example, that in partnership with their kit, they enable you to do more damage for whatever their passive gives you, right? So Gertuk's one. I'm going to name a couple other ones that you're going to want to start looking towards. So this is like enabling this is your enablers for damage. Gertuk was one. You're going to hate me for this. Theodosis is another. She's actually the newest top version of that. If you read her passive in her second form. There's Feral, which I don't think you got access to. I think he would be a great champion for you to consider going out of your way for more reasons than not. But if you look at his passive, and you also look at what he provides, some value there. Who else does damage based off of passives? The new Groucho Muchachos, technically has that. Doing more damage if they're under buffs placed by this champion and they're over 50% HP, they do 10% more. That adds up. I think he's more on the lower end, though, at the moment. Beto Kazar is another one. Passive for anybody that's under poisons, you do more damage in general. So look towards like adding maybe that also towards your Hydra comps as well. So damage scalers, damage enablers, whether that's through passives or injection, ally attacking, so on and so forth. Another thing too, I think I kind of talked about it. There's a benefit behind damage scaling a little bit. And this is going to kind of go back in full circle. I'm kind of rounding out the Hydra conversation here. Because there's aspects like this where you can get like ignore percent from not only area bonuses, but from gear sets and masteries, where you can kind of hit what I would consider to be ignore percent cap. Things like Crushing Rin is okay, but you could technically consider doing something that gives you percent damage in like Nature's Wrath, which I think is best in slot on someone like Toshiro. This is kind of an important thing to consider. Nature's Wrath is only good for people who could do debuffs. They're debuff damage dealers. Toshiro is one of those. He has Leech and he does decreased defense. So that's two that he could spread across the board. You only need to apply it. This is the cool thing about Nature's Wrath. You only need to apply it X amount of times. So 5% for every debuff times up to 30%. So I think by the time he does like one solid A3 that hits every target, that's 2 debuffs times 4 in Hydra. You know what I mean? That's a lot. You only need to get basically the difference of this. If you divide these two together, you pretty much need only like 6 debuffs out. Within 2 A3s, you pretty much hit max cap for Nature's Wrath, which means that you have a permanent 30% extra damage that you can inflict. When you partner that in partnership with something like the Coronet, which also scales you up for every single time they place a debuff. It's basically the same thing as Nature's Wrath. Now you're getting 30% plus the 30%. That percentage it stacks up on top of each other. So like it adds up. Not to mention his scaling that also goes into contribution to that. So keep that in mind. I'll make a big argument for him using like those two as like a focus. You went like pretty heavy on ignore percent, and I think that has diminishing returns for where you're at in the game. Just so you're aware. So I would consider making a pivot towards that, and you'll probably see a damage improvement just off of Toshiro alone. Champions like maybe Ashnar / Calamitous and all them too as well. Similar experience, because Calamitous does debuffs, and he also does a lot of damage off of debuffs. Same thing with Ashnar. If you're going to focus him towards PvP PvE content, I would say there's probably better blessings for him for PvP focus. And I would say, like, if we're going to go off a hierarchy of priority, I normally do the most technical and the most higher cap value. So, like, higher difficulty to hit certain caps. PvP is at the highest. Next highest would be between, like, Chimera and Hydra for, like, the 3 competitive areas in the game. So PvP encompasses, like, plat pushing, live arena, siege. Chimera is Chimera, Hydra is Hydra. So if you want to do it in priorities, I would do it based off of whichever one's got the highest value for you. So in this case, I would go PvP first. For your PvP champions, they should prioritize PvP focus related, like, blessings and relics. And then after that, PvE, it would be like Hydra, Chimera. I would argue that, like, in terms of importance, Hydra Clash is more important than Chimera, with some small exceptions. Hydra's all about damage, so it's very easy to go very straightforward with that. Chimera, it's a little bit more nuanced. I think the way that I would recommend players, and including yourself, considering your relic pool, that you should prioritize trials first and then go damage afterwards. And I think you're in a good place to maybe be able to net both, but prioritizing trials is more important for you. Which I guess this brings us to the next point. Chimera, it's not as open-ended as I would say that you're kind of feeling it is. Yeah, you could do comps like this, which are just big on damage. That's cool. I think that this kind of could hurt your account more than help your account to some degree. There's some caveats, and I'm gonna get into detail here. There's no point in you doing 485 mil in damage, and this is no shade to this Benihana guy. There's no fucking point of you doing this when you're barely getting any relic materials. That is so dumb. This is a waste. This is a waste of a week, in my opinion. Whereas this person is kind of doing something pretty comparable, but he's getting 15. In particular, Ram 2 this week was Mythicals, right? Lion 2 was Mythicals. And then, of course, Viper, I think it was Viper Middle, which he didn't do. And Viper 3, the last one, was where the Mythicals are at. So not only is he contributing kind of almost on pace. What are you in? You're in Sloth, right? He's contributing almost kind of comparable numbers in terms of, like, the clash performance side of things, but he's getting more mythical mats as well as, like, relic materials in general, which is leading to him growing his relic pull out and being more effective in that regard, which is going to end up putting him ahead of that other player. This is literally the perfect example of showing you what the difference is. Yeah, he's got damage, but he's getting nothing out of it. At the end of the day, you guys still ended up in third place, which I hate to say, that's no shade. But, I mean, that's what it happens, right? I'm willing to bet this clan probably did something very similar. And so they're just, like, prioritizing just damage, which more power to them. But I wish I could show you, but, like, the outside of literally number 1 and number 2 first chest, and unless your clan is literally going in that direction, which you obviously are not, you're better off just prioritizing just going for your trials, truthfully. Yeah, you want to get Skywalker, lol. I'm going to judge this bozo too. Only 10? Slacker. So, that's my argument number 1. Now, if that is something you can find yourself in agreement with, if what I said so far is holding up okay for you, then my next statement is going to be that there is no tried and true team that you should just blanketly run. You need to adjust your teams to compensate for whatever trial focuses you're going for. That's the truth. So, finding efficiency in, I think, what are like the 3 big things that I think the Chimera has right now? There's a poison-based focus one, which is where champions like Rio, Calamitous, believe it or not, Theodore, Balar, he's the new toy of the new flavor. Actually, I think he's also becoming dated now too, because there's a new boss in town. Just to name a couple options that will help you in that trajectory. So think Viper 2. Here, let me pull up the trials. Flashbang. Viper 2-1 has to do with poison sensitivity and poison. So you have to do poison damage. It's not just putting poisons out there and then hitting him. You have to like activation poisons and, getting it on the board. So toxic set, poison-based champions that can activate it, they're kind of very valuable for that trial. So like if that is like the area where mythicals are at, you want to tailor your team to do that, but also keep in mind the other 2 areas where you can get some more mythicals too. Champions that enable doing block debuffs, so obviously Galactus is pretty strong for that. Fear champions, if you're going down that route of like needing to do fear HP burn, then obviously you want to pivot. So your team comp should always be devised in a way that will enable you to go for quality of relic materials first, then quantity, then damage. That's the way I look at it. So high trial count is one thing. Just getting as many trials done is cool. I started off like that, but now I'm focused towards I want to maximize how many mythical mats I can get within a week. And I fail at hitting absolute max, but there are some teams out there that do tremendous numbers where they're getting like 25 per key. So that means they're getting like 50 a week. Every 2 weeks, they're getting a mythical craft attempt. That's game changing compared to like, all right, I got like one trial done that was mythical, so that's 5 I got. Times 2, that's 10. You're still 1/10 of the way there. You see the difference? It's huge. So there is no tried and true way of like focusing and prioritizing one team fits all. Now, with that being said, you're not in a bad spot. Where are you at? You're not in a bad spot because I do think that like fundamentally the core, like Mikage, Lydia, Galathier, and then damage dealers / utility is a very strong core to work with when it comes to this. That was my original team. I just took out Galathier for Elva because I don't have Gala. Fuck you. If you're laughing right now. And then like champions like Necmo, who kind of covers the gap. You could also do Rio in place of Necmo. You lose a little bit of turn meter boosting, but you gain in other areas. Like I'm assuming you got a loss in there because you wanted to try getting maybe like the HP burn route here, or during like Viper Trial 1-2, you need block buff and burns. You can do that. Rio could be a plug and play where now you're netting the decreased attack, right? You got another cleanser that could also do HP or block debuff, which would have helped you out with like your Ram 3. A little bit of redundancy there for Gala. Just a name as an example, right? But that core, Lydia Mikage plus support in like Galathier or Elva or whatever, that's a solid core. I would say though, you need to start developing teams to be able to help you out with that. In my Discord, it's a bit dated now, and I don't use this version anymore, but it's still valuable. Let's see. I think it's under game discussion. I have a pinned message where you see copies of Trials V3-Mad. Salutes to Big D. He's the one who gave that to me initially. That has some of like this. It's the older version of this, but basically we already have like a substantiated data table where you can plug and play options and you can see what trials get achieved, and you can kind of start devising some teams there. Theory versus application is important. Keep that in mind. But tailor your teams to focus towards whatever mythical match you can get, and then go from that to quantity of trials, and then obviously damage on top of that. So, just to give you an idea. I do think that like eventually you're going to start swinging towards doing double Ultra Nightmare. I agree that you should do Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare right now because you are not in acquire or acquisition of Embrius yet. But once you get Embrius, I would say the argument for doing Nightmare becomes diminishing because your clash points, if you do care about that, still to some degree, you keep the same multipliers that you would use for double Ultra Nightmare. So, like, you know how you start off with higher multipliers, and as you accumulate more, that's per key. That's per key. So you can double stack, and you can still achieve like a shit ton of numbers. And that'll amp up actually and do better for you in terms of like clash participation. I think eventually you want to get to a point where you can get this weekly, like a bill. And I think with the changes they made to the RAM form, that should be more of a realistic possibility now. And I think your account has the bones it needs to do it. But yeah, for right now, I think it's still important for you to do Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare so you can get Embrius. Embrius is worth it. The only other caveat that I will throw out there is, in terms of chest value, if you're looking to get more ore, Starstone, then you could maybe do that every now and then, but I would argue that, like, outside of that, these diminishing returns are, like stupid. Because you kind of can make up for these masses by just doing Ultra Nightmare trials. Like, that stabilizes in terms of numbers. I mean, there's a little bit of a skew. There's a sliding factor depending on how effective you are per week. But for the most part, you kind of make up the difference in terms of masses per chest by doing double Ultra Nightmare. You make it up just by doing more trials. Because I can't show you here, unfortunately, but the amount of rewards you get per trial completed, the lower the difficulty, the less masses you get. Of course, obviously, Ultra Nightmare being the hardest, you get more masses in general. TLDR. Maybe the Basalt Ore, and if you care about Clan XP, there could be an argument for that too as well. I think Clan XP 20 to 30 does not fucking matter. Basalt Ore, sure. I can accept that. Legendary Gemstones, though, and lower, I kid you not, I have way too many of the golden ones now. I have so many copies, and I have some placed on. So I have copies of copies, and it's not even worth it. So I feel like just Gemstone socket-wise, mythical. That's all you really care about. Those are the harder ones to acquire anyway. So, like, Ultra Nightmare double dipping does not hurt you doing that. Do you have any questions so far? Just to make sure you kind of... Are we still locked in? Are you got me? How are you feeling? I did 14 trials of both Ultra Nightmare and Nightmare with my current team. I let them beat my ass. Huh? I think it was like 24 mythical relics. This was a good week. This was a good week for mythical map materials. It's not going to be like this every week. The harder ones where you need to tailor your teams it's coming. It's coming. I think it slides to the left or whatever. So I think next week is going to be like HP Burn Fear for Ram / dual tank. And then I think it's like right. Most of them were all middle, like 2-2 for each of the heads. Now I think it's going to be 1-, the 1-. So first sides for each of them. I think I don't know if it skews like that. So just be aware of that. Is there anyone else that could do what Wixwell and Brogny can do for Titus? It's not exactly copy pasta, but technically Emic A1. Yeah, I got you. Pivot to double Ultra Nightmare when I get Embrius. Yes. Build your teams. Start building multiple teams. And tailor them based off of what your champion pool can offer. And tailor it towards the trials that can give you the best quality relic materials first. Damage will come. Damage will come. When you don't care about relics anymore, then you can go ahead and go heavy on like damage output and whatnot, but I feel like those that are not prioritizing trials right now are hurting themselves more than helping themselves. I gave you some examples of some champions that are pretty good for it. If you want to look towards the future in terms of champions to acquire, Feral is a god tier champion for it. You got Balar, so he's actually another one that's pretty decent for like poison trials and the decreased res, increased accuracy. He does a lot. There's a lot of trials right there. Leech, which means that maybe you can run somebody besides Toshiro, opening that slot up for another damage dealer that can help you for other trials. You see how you can plug and play options and kind of mix and match some of them. I've seen some variations that allowed for Yensenza, so if you can keep the eyeballs out for her, she can do a little bit there. Where else are we, boys? I saw he had some other options that he didn't have. You got Rio. You're going to hate me for this. You got Gala. I think Gala Fina is still top tier. I think they're still the #1 team to plug and play. This right here consolidates your core. Remember I was saying like you were building off of a strong core with like Mikage, Lydia, and all them? This consolidates that, and you have Galathea Fina plus whatever the fuck you need for trials. And it'll get the job done in so many different ways. This is a cheat code. This is the cheat code. These two. So you got one piece of the puzzle. Definitely want to go out of your way for Fina. Oh, I didn't say this. This is an unorthodox team. Awella? Not a bad one to consider options for. She's got that's a specific comp, but that is something I guess I could tell. I gotta have to find the link for it or the screenshot of that if you ever care about that one. But that's a specially tailored team, which you may not need that one anymore actually. So maybe disregard Oella. The other two are still good though. Is there any other champions that are worth like naming that are like really big deal for Chimera? Mashala's not bad. There are some options where he's a good plug and play because of what he brings to the table. You could cycle the fuck out of him too. He's like one of the best champions for cycling in this right here. His A2. Both of those are OP. Theodosa. So if you're gonna go primal heavy, you definitely want to get your hands on her. Lamasu will come. That's Siege. She has some team variations that she's good in. Technically Marius. We talked about Marius already, though. There are some comps that have him in mind. Am I missing anybody else, though? Well, Avidos would be primal grind, too, as well. Yeah. Like, I think next week he might be one that I might pull out. We'll see. Painkeeper? No, not for a Chimera. I'm not even trolling. Leech. Decrease res, Pain Link, decrease speed. Those are all actual relevant debuffs for Chimera. Block debuff, heals. Cleanses. Oh my fuck. This guy, I would not mind this guy. This guy is fucking busted. So if you can get your hands on him, that's another game changer for Chimera. Obviously, Gizmac, he has a Pain Link trial there. Some value there, I guess. That's a good start. I think that that'll round out what we're gonna care about for right now on your Chimera side, because you kind of already have some decent champions. Androck, I like Androck quite a bit. Although you got Galat there, so he's less necessary. Yeah, he's kind of less necessary, but he's a cool champion if you ever want to get down towards some scaling damage-wise. Titus, I know, is going to be able to do some decent damage, but I think his is going to be pretty linear in terms of what he can provide for trials. That comp is very strict. So I kind of almost want to say, like, not necessarily, but he's going to be able to provide some big damage numbers there. So if you ever care about DPS as an option, those are going to be pretty good. You got Senna, don't you? Senna's like the speed demon of that faction, or of that content piece. So something to keep in mind if you ever do want to flip over to like more damage oriented. I don't want to close that door for you, but I don't recommend going through that door very often, unless your champion pool is like, yeah, even if I try tailoring my teams, I wouldn't be able to get like the most effective trials. Then yeah, you lean a little more damage if you can help it out. Try to find that balance, right? There's that. We talked about those two. Those are two pretty much the big competitive areas. I would argue right now, I mean, yeah, you could still kind of focus your account towards like more champions. It's never a bad thing per se. But I would argue for where you're at in the game nowadays, you probably would be better off inflating your resources in two departments. I'm not going to hard stance this, but something that give you like a good jack of all trades in terms of focus areas, like energy plus classic refills, will probably be pretty important for you right now. And the reason why I'm saying that is you really are hurting yourself here. Well, it's not hurting, because for 6 months, this is fantastic. But because you pushed your champion pool and blessing pool, which is like a power creep thing, so far, this is behind now. You definitely need to prioritize more PvP in terms of like getting rewards. So Great Hall farming is one thing. LA is another thing. Stop spreading. Finish some shit. I would argue, if you want my recommendation, I think you're in the right track. If you got all the other areas of content like fixed up, that's fine. Don't invest more there. But PvP wise, or like competitive wise, Clash is always going to be constantly expanding. So maximizing the amount of stats you can get in that area is going to be important. So I would argue that Hydra is going to be number one. I think eventually they're going to do Chimera. If they do Chimera, at which point that'll be worth investing towards. And then eventually Sin City. Sin City's got a little bit of a higher stat demand. You already did Faction Wars, so there's nothing to add there. That's the other newest, highest, peak for in-game content. So I think you're on the right trajectory. I think you should maximize your value here
in terms of area bonuses, go ahead and just finish this entire row out and then finish off this row afterwards. You pick the right ones, I would do. I normally recommend speed first, then ignore percent, then crit damage for Curse City and Hydra. And then at that point, you can flex either towards more utility if you need that to make your builds easier, or more damage if you're just ready to just nuke through some shit. This right here becomes more of a luxury once you have better gear. This is probably more tried and true in terms of just being able to make your current builds easier to squeeze into. So take that for whatever you want. Same thing here. Maximize the crit damage and the speed, because these are universal stats for every set of champions. Probably would do accuracy next, and then I would inflate your primary stats depending on your teams. At which point, I would say right now your current best is definitely Toshiro. So HP, attack. You already got crit damage locked in here and accuracy locked in here. That'd probably be where I would devote your resources towards. That'll help you out Chimera and Hydra. Same thing for attack and HP after you get accuracy done here. And then who's like your next best damage dealer out of your teams? I would argue like what? Let's go back to that. Could do Force technically. Probably Force because you got like Ashnar, Galathier, and Alaz that would benefit from that. Mikage. You're pretty red heavy. Yeah, I'd probably go Force after that. Universal stats wise, that'll help out mostly all of them. Would probably be like crit damage will help out every damage dealer. Defense would help out defensive nukers, but also like your Galathier supports. And then HP afterwards. So you got that. And then I'd probably go Void. Your spirit seems to be the thing that you're lacking the most in, actually, at the moment. Yeah, he does. You get too many opportunities to scale up in that mode, because every single time he flips, and you gotta think he goes through the rotation twice. So every 5 rounds he's flipping, he diminishes all debuffs. You have to reapply him anyways. That's one application reiteration. Then if you're not permanently extending them, Mikage can only do so much. And it also depends on how you build her, too. If you're running like a protection build on Mikage, which it looks like you kind of are for Chimera, she's not going to always have a lot of turns. If you want my suggestion, too, look into Relentless. That could be that's a little bit more RNG dependent, but that could be a catalyst as to where it may be a little bit harder. But I always find that you're inevitably going to have to reapply it anyways. So you're going to reapply it within the round. You're also going to reapply it as he transitions every single time. And remember, only a certain amount of pass-throughs will get you through the finish line of those debuffs. Not to mention, if you move around in your builds, or like if you're moving around depending on your comp, like you flip and you do his A3, that's 2 other debuffs that you're going to be reapplying or applying along with those 2, and that'll add up to your Nature's Wrath / Coronet stacks. That's okay. And then also, this is where I would say, out of your focuses, I think in terms of like the area, I don't know. I would argue that like Hydra into Sin City, then Chimera, in terms of like priority positions and where you want to direct your focus at, is probably going to be the better route, because Hydra will feed Sin City and Chimera, but Sin City will also feed Chimera as well. Eventually, you're going to want to get your Toshiro away from that lethal build into more merciless, because it offers more. You get sometimes cooldown resets, and if you could do like, if I could, I would, just to tell you, who has merciless on your account right now? Fuck. If I could do a 9-piece and it's a solid build, I would, because then I get extra turns, cooldown resets, and all these extra fucking stats on top of that. It would be nice. Zeal's still kind of a good argument, though, on top of that. So, like, more often than not, you'll probably end up doing, like, 6-piece merciless at a minimum, and then you do miscellaneous extra stuff on the side, like Zeal or whatever. But yeah, it adds up. It adds up quite a bit. What do the rolls look like for a 200 speed and 100 crit chance nuker? Check my Zeal. That's okay, piece. Trash. Okay. Depends on how it rolls. It's okay. No crit rate. I don't like crit rate piece or crit like for pieces that are on top row. You really want to be heavy, crit rate heavy first more than crit damage. Trash, trash, trash. Could be okay, especially for Toshi. Trash. It's okay. No crit rate rolls kind of sucks a little bit. Good. Good. Trash, trash. Maybe. Depends. You're gambling on the last roll, but you want like crit rate there. That's okay. Flat stat and then crit damage. Crit rate HP is okay. Crit rate defense, okay. No speed though. Good for a defensive nuker. Good for an HP nuker. You want to get away from crit rate glows. A good build will allow you to be able to build crit damage into your build. Like if you get enough crit rate on the other pieces. Bad. Kind of bad, unfortunately. Good substat roll, trash on the top row. And you I hate to say this, but I think that piece is sellable. It sucks because it's a quad roll, but like you're losing out on so much stats in the top. Good. Trash because of flat. I would roll this and see if you can flip it. Kind of bad too. Trash. Trash. It's 5 stars, so it's automatically trash in my opinion, but you could probably find a way to like fit in like 1 or 2 pieces on the side and then build the merciless around the rest of it, but that means your merciless also has to pick up a bit. Which, depending on how lucky or unlucky you are, might be possible. I would argue, though, that like, if you're going to prioritize like Chimera eventually, you need to put more elbow grease into Chimera. But that's where I'm at with your account. I think your best bet is to obviously invest in areas that will enable those champions more, but also prioritize the key areas that you're going to be like primarily focusing on. I do think it's Hydra and then Curse City. And then as you finish those and round those out, you'll start developing better pieces, more consistency here. And then that'll feed into like you being more effective at Chimera. That's not to say you don't do your weekly Chimera runs and all that stuff like that. I'm just saying like that's how like one feeds into the other over time. Like I said, you jumped a couple steps because of the way you've spent on your account, which is fine. Just a observation, a reality. Now, like the areas that kind of fall behind that you can't pay to win it, you kind of have to catch it up. At least not in a traditional sense. So yeah, you'll notice that you'll hit a little bit of power creep. I will say this: both Faction War Hard and Sin City, which I think eventually will lead into that too as well. They're very dependent on champion pool. There's no other way to say it. Champion pool first, and then gear and blessings and all that stuff will come afterwards. Having mythical so-and-so has made it easier for me. Like, for example, having Siegfried made Sacred Order so much more easier, whereas not having Sacred made doing runs for other accounts so much more harder. It's a no-brainer. On the same note, too, though, doesn't matter if you have a Siegfried if he's built like shit. So, keep that in mind. And I'm only talking about champion pool again, just to kind of iterate that there are going to be some stages, both whether that's Faction War Trials or Sin City in particular, where you're going to have to go out of your way to build champions that you don't normally build. You wouldn't normally build because they're kind of mediocre outside of that one niche condition. But to complete that condition, you're going to have to do it sometimes. Let me see if there's a good example. I don't think it's this rotation. Maybe we use this as an example. Sinesha, in my opinion, is a dated champion that I don't think I would go out of my way to facilitate using long term, but I had to go out of my way to build her to do this stage. Matter of fact, I'm going to get off your account because I kind of seen everything I need to see. Let me show you. This is going to be kind of interesting here. I don't know what you keep saying. I'm free to play. That's cap. Motherfucker, I have access to your account. I can see your purchase history. Motherfucker. Nah, let me show you this, though, on a serious note. Look at this. This was my original team that I used to clear this the first time / couple times I've done it. This champion is dog shit. I would not use him if I could help it. And now that I got Embrius, I'm not using that motherfucker. Yeah, he's gone. But I'm still using that Sinesha because that's literally the only other better option I have. Like if you look at all the other additional options I could use, it's not worth it. So unfortunately, I don't really use her outside of this one area, but it is something I had to go out of my way to build just to be able to complete it. You kind of get where I'm coming from? And that's kind of where I would say, like, Sin City is not generous in that regard because of the restrictions. And in addition to that, Faction Wars too. Your best bet is to try to find, either through asking miscellaneously throughout your progression, hey, do you use this champion quite often? I'll tell you yeah or no. But try to find one that has good overlap with Faction Wars. But outside of that, there are going to be some gaps where, like, this one champion is just the answer for this particular stage and is only useful for that one stage, you know? We're all free to play if we believe hard. What up, Foe? What up, Kobe? That's been the case with a lot of Sin City, building a champ for literally one level. Yeah, it's the reality of it. It's the reality of it. But here's the thing, though. When that rotation comes back again, you have that champion permanently available for you to use for the future. So it's a short-term solution for a stage, but it's a long-term investment that's going to pay off. Because you being able to consistently complete Sin City, once you get Carnage, it'll also open up the door for you to get his soul, and then it'll also open up the door for you to consistently get some extra resources, which could benefit you. Like 350 every month if you get that, hypothetically. After 3 months, that's an extra Eternal Soulstone for another champion. Like, don't diminish your ability to be able to get resources. That's probably one of the most important things about this game. So we gave you some examples of where you need to follow through at, where you need to focus. I do think that this is the range of which you want to prioritize your focus. I think missions, Great Hall farming is probably the main focus you should always ideally daily try to make an effort towards, which will contribute towards you getting better Hydra efficiency and Chimera efficiency, and Sin City, and Faction Wars efficiency. And then in particular to those big areas, I would prioritize Hydra, into Sin City, into Chimera. I think where you're at, Chimera is pretty solid. Obviously, you're going to want to improve that over time, and I think the little changes that we suggested are going to help. Faction War hard, I won't lie. I think you're a little too early for it. But it's not bad. It's not bad. I explained why missions are so important. I don't think I need to go any further with Great Hall bonus. You kind of get it. It's permanent stat gains. Hydra. I guess I'll summarize this pretty quickly. Look for damage scalers with damage enablers. EX example would be Toshiro. Obviously, you're using him. Damage enablers. Example, Mikage for injecting Toshiro. Or passives like Feral to enable more output for someone like Toshiro. And then set bonuses I didn't talk about either. Prot 9-piece equals 5% more damage per buff. And Feral, 5% more damage per debuff. Should have been a no-brainer, but just in case you didn't know that, yeah, those sets are god tier for enabling your damage dealers. Like Chimera and Hydra, those are pretty valuable sets to use. Kind of summarizes that up in the summary words. I mean, obviously, you have the VOD to review from Chimera, Trials, quality of mats, then quantity, then damage. Tailor teams to specific trial focuses. Sin City. Plan your teams accordingly. Preemptively. I think I spelled that wrong. Look for team comps that do the following: sustain, healers, revivers, cleansers, control. This is also for Faction War 2, to be honest with you. Control, provoke, stun, sleep, etc. And abilities and sets. And then nukers. For each team. So what I did when I was progressing Cursity, and it just kind of put this into action, when I got to the point where like maybe I haven't gone all the way up here yet because I'm still progressing my way there, but I looked ahead of time. I was like, okay, what am I gonna need for this? Okay, I have Seer, I have Siphi, that's control / buffing. I mean, this is kind of more of a brute force team, but that gave me like an option. Okay, I need to make sure these guys are developed and ready to go whenever I get to that stage. So I have them on the list to work towards, right? Same thing with this one. Believe it or not, stun set, Fodbar, who also has a stun in his ability. That's my goat. Control. You see how it kind of like paints that picture? That team was kind of hard to do. I might have better options nowadays, thank the Lord. Yeah, so on and so forth. Imagine reading DMs. Hold on. Hello to you too, motherfucker. Where you been? Yeah. All this is I'm gonna send this to you. I'm gonna send this whole thing to you. By the way, I'm just kind of summarizing it. So you refer to the VOD and the VOD, and then this as well. This is the newest content, so I expect you to struggle with this. This is pretty overtuned for majority of the player base, to be honest. So I don't expect everybody to be like god tier at this right now at the moment. Yo, Juan, how you doing, amigo? Buenas. Lady Mikage and our base can extend shields is only part of it. You need the growth too. Yeah. Yeah, Loki, answer that. Everyone's so needy for Soul's attention today? I was playing Division 2 with a friend. I was looking the whole time. Sure, yeah. We're doing some work. Do you have any questions for me, Wallace, before I move on for the most part? I think that kind of summarizes where you're at. I think instead of just so much giving you go for this champion or level up this champion next, I give you the why, and then you can kind of formulate your own decision from there. And some sense of direction. I mean, I did talk about some key champions that you can't pull, like the GOAT. And why you should go for them. So I think that's also pretty important. But for the most part, I think we got a lot of... and hopefully answer your questions. Congrats on finishing our Faction War hard mode. Yeah. Thank you. A lot of elbow grease, a lot of poverty along the way. You guys don't know how much resources I burned that I originally planned for the event dungeon that I had to burn to help prepare for Faction Wars each time. I don't know if y'all noticed it. Like, there were some days I had to kind of like said... yeah, we had to sit here, and I gotta farm some spider for a little bit so I can get some silver. Like, I burned it trying to get there, but yeah, we got it done. All right, now I just gotta wait for tomorrow. That's the hard part. Wait for tomorrow, and then I can pop this sucker so it's no longer on my screen. Soul said hello? Yeah. Sorry, I was just yapping earlier. What is God tier, Soul? Like, amongst the best options to have. Like, Trunda in Hydra is god tier. There is no better damage dealer than her in Hydra, currently. Just like I would argue that, like, there's no better combo for Chimera than Fina plus Galathier, as an example. So, like, those champions are god tier. That's not to say Toshiro doesn't slam in Hydra. He's also strong. But... there's a difference between Trunda and there's a difference between Toshiro. We turned into a Faction War channel for a minute? Yeah, a little decent bit. He's going to pull her off stream too? Maybe. Trina hasn't been in the progressive pool since I started playing, I think. To be honest with you, she's a very confrontational champion. So I think that's why Player kind of chilled out on showing her, to be honest. But also keep in mind that it's not just Trunda that makes Trunda so fucking nasty. It's Trunda plus company. So literally, well, Juan, Juan, you're still here, right? I mean, he's the record world holder. He's the world record holder. You know, he's the guy. You know what I mean for Hydra at the moment. Like he can literally answer this himself too. Trunda is like the core of it, but like there's a lot of other things that go into like making Trunda do what Trunda does. You know, so. The sum of the pieces are more important than the individual pieces, and you got to keep that in mind. You have Trunda, but if you don't have the engine to make Trunda go, it's going to be kind of rough. Just as much as like you can have the engines to go and you don't have Trunda, it doesn't work. All those pieces matter. I'm just trying to brag about the fact that you're a record, world record holder. By the way, Juan. Wait till I get a hold of Titus and Hydra. Sheesh. That's gonna be team number 2 if it's worthwhile. I think I have the bones to do what I got to do. For that one. We'll see. Obviously. Finally understood why you use Gertuk and Hydra because of the damage buff on poison. Yep. To be honest with you, I kind of want to take him out of the Theodosa team I currently have. Because he's a bit redundant, I feel like. And I thought about this, but I don't think it's worth it because I lose 2.5%, I think. I gotta do some number crunching to make sure. So it's pros and cons, right? So like 1A3 from him is 3 poisons, right? Yeah, 2.5 poisons. It doesn't matter what type of poison he puts on poisons, right? For every poison, you get 7.5% more damage, right? So 7.5 times 3 is 22.5. And then if I were to switch him out for someone like Battle Khazar, where's that fucker at? It's 20%, so I lose 2.5% in the difference. Now, the drawback and the pros and cons of it is that, like, one issue that I noticed I had with this one, although the last run I did, the one where I just PB'd, I didn't have any issues with survivability that round, but there has been rounds where it's a little rocky. Battle Khazar cleansing / putting out continuous heals, a W. Also, he does poisons, which are not debuffs that are overlapping with someone like Theodosa. Yeah. Means that if I were to throw Feral on him, he'd also do more. And then also continuous heals if I were to go the protection route. More consistent than Gertuk 2 as well, which means 5%'s there too as well. So, passive for passive, I take a loss, but I actually think that if I have... I gotta check. If I have the Feral for this faction to be able to do 9-piece on battle or protection, I might try him in place of Gertuk to see if the 2.5 or whatever extra that I can get off of that, like I can maybe offset the difference and maybe net some gains, So little bit of something I was thinking, and then obviously another alternative if I could ever get my hands on him would be Feral, get the Tree Boy. You take that company, use anything not trying to... I don't think you see that much damage, right? Wrong. If you're talking about the Theodosa one, maybe. But I would argue, like, showing you that screenshot that I did with my OG Trunda team. But you take out Trunda and you put in Taras as an example. The premise is still the same. Obviously, like, the comp suits him, though. It's still resetters plus permanent buffs, which are probably protected, plus damage-enabling passive, plus Feral / decreased defense weaken and all that other good stuff. It's still the same concept. Like, this is just Trunda, but with Terrace instead. Then, yeah, you could still technically do that with other champions. I mean, that could be Toshiro, that could be anybody. And you still have a pretty positive experience where you're doing billions of damage. It's not exactly the same. Trunda would do more, obviously, but it's not bad either, So, important to keep in mind, but you get an idea. Gertuk or Battle for the poison passive, who is better? Depends on the champion and the comp. Like the double Yumiko, Gertuk would be better because you can have multiple sections where you're getting his A3 off multiple times in a row, which will allow you to be able to have a higher stacked passive. So if you could consistently do 2 block buffs or sorry, 2 poison sets for you, you net the full 30%. 30% is always going to be better than 20%. So it depends on the comp is the answer. I think for the my current top comp, he's okay. I could almost make an argument for Battle, which I'm not totally attached to just yet. I haven't tried it. That is nowhere near as good as Trunda, though, silly. It's like saying a chicken equals a bald eagle. Well, it's different, though, in the same aspect of, like, you run a traditional team like your Toshiro team, which can get roughly about $1 bill and some change, maybe $2 bill if you're lucky or something like that, compared to still being able to get $3 bill plus off of a comp that's devised for them. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's kind of the argument I'm making. You can still technically see more gains no matter what. More gains is technically the direction you want to go in, right? I tried for Harma and got a third Wixwell. You don't have a Harma? Really? Yo, yeah, yapping so much my voice hurts. It's crazy. All right, let's see. I tried for armor and got there, Wixwell. Don't worry, I cursed you. No more Wixwell. I'm for it. I wonder how many Wixwells I got. I think I got 2. Yeah, I got 2 Wixwells. I thought about empowering one, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see whether or not that Titus comp is worth me building. If it can provide enough substance, then yeah, I will. What the fuck? SoulSaint song, suck on my chocolate balls. My chocolate salty balls. Is this fucking South Park? Jesus. Yeah, I'm gonna look into seeing what I want to build up for Titus if I did decide to use him. To be honest with you, I kind of want another Trunda, so I can do my original team with Trunda. At that point, I would take Gerptuck back to Trunda team number 2. And then I would do Battle in the current Trunda team I have. I think. Yeah, I think. But that would mean I'd have 2 Trunda teams, and then maybe I build up a Titus team afterwards. I don't know. It's going to be kind of hard. I got to see what I would need for Titus and if it makes sense. But I want to at least have the option, you know what I mean? Sorry. Who is that person that just asked that question on YouTube? He wants me to explain why. Something? Did I read that right? Okay, never mind. It's not showing up now. Does the timing not line up this time with Prisms and CC? No. It's gonna end. It's gonna end before it starts tomorrow. Yeah. Before it. 8:46, right? That's exactly when it ends. That's on for it. It ends and starts at the same time. Yeah, it's tough. Just let it pull the summon for you. Oh, maybe it works that way. Yeah. If you wait to log on until Champ Chase starts, then it pulls when you log in. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I don't know if it'll count it, but I would hope so. Just don't go into summon portal till after CC starts. So wait like 10 minutes after Chase starts, then log in. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Technically, you can make it work, but it's tough. I'm not as like pressed to get involved with this summoning pool, to be honest with you. If I did, I'd want copies of like Harma. Literally, is like the only one Well, I wouldn't mind a copy of like my first ever Glycad, but that's not like mandatory. Oh, he's another champion that's kind of good for those types of teams too, where you enable for more damage. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, he's another good one. Low value though compared to like other champs and whatnot, but still something. You can be logged in just not in summoning pool when summoning pool ends. Have you done this before, Ace? I'd hate to tell him this, and next thing you know, it doesn't work that way. I don't know, personally. It does pull it for you. I just thought it just automatically shows up in your storage or whatever, and then you just claim it from there. Yeah, man. Okay. Cool. All right. I need to go back to my focus. You guys are cooking me a little bit. Yo, Shalusa T. Wallace, man. Wallace, I know I didn't say this before, but I'm gonna, or I did say it before, but I wanna reiterate this again. Lately, Wallace has been like super generous with like donations and whatnot, which is why I agreed to do the takeover. And I'll be real with you. You dropped a pretty penny on your boy, and it helps support the stream, helps me grow my account, whatever direction I decide to go with the finances on it. But yeah, man, I want to thank you. And let me just say this for everybody too. I know how to yap. You guys can see that. But I do want to take this moment. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me, man. It's never expected, but it's always appreciated. So for every single one of you bozos that like to spend time with your boy while we play this game we all love and hate at the same time, you know, it's appreciated, man. I'm praying that like I can get to a pretty decent point where like my account's pretty stable. Where I could really like invest some pretty heavy resources towards like maybe some soul stones and whatnot. My goal right now, my mission is to get the current mythicals I have upgraded in terms of stars, and then once I get that done, I'm gonna go back to getting primals to round out my mythicals, and then after that, I'm probably gonna go on a pretty heavy grind towards like I don't know. I'm probably gonna go on a heavy grind towards like gear investment. So I'll probably do a lot more like energy based deals for myself. That's where I'm at right now, focus wise, because I got a pretty healthy pool overall. I think what I would probably end up doing is I'll probably go like a little bit more free to play on the shards once I get those champions that I care about locked in. And then I'll probably just be frugal and save up and only pull them during like specific events, like for voids if there's a key void that I want, or for like my legendaries and ancients if there's like a key champion I want. Like for example, I still want to get my hands on a feral. Then I'll save up and only pull during those events. Hopefully, Fina's probably like more like desirable for me right now, to be honest. Yeah, I'd like to get her on the board, but just giving you an idea of where I'm trying to go at with this account at the moment. So yeah, we're on standby. Once I get my blessings a little bit more locked in, because I got good champions, but I'm noticing I'm kind of hurting from like a blessing standpoint. So once I get these guys upgraded a little bit more, you know, we're gonna be happy with it. Damn, I have bad news, man. I progressed on my Marius missions. Nice. How's that bad? Now, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to take your VIP away, Amatsu. If Wallace gets to Mars before you, I'm putting your diamond up for grabs. Fucker. Oh, man. I've been telling Maz's ass for like the hottest minute for him to go for Marius, and he was like, I don't want to use a crutch. I was like, I do. Give me Marius, bro. I want to use him for like, it's not even PvP content anymore at this point. I just want to make some of your runs faster, man. Like, help me, please. You know the sad part about it is I know Amat's gonna love Marius once he gets him too. Who is OBVA? Nice is not a crutch? No, he was... yo! Too far. Too far. I'm a nice enjoyer too. Chill. Chill. Nice is the whole ambulance, bro? Ooh, I'm pretty close. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually really close. So I think we can round that one out. What ends soon? How many of you guys finished off the Deck of Fate? I kind of feel bad that I didn't do it, but at the same time, too, I don't feel like these rewards are like crazy worth it. I would only want Grachos right now at the moment, one, because he looks cool, but two, if I do get the chance to get Balar, that would be the last one I need. So it kind of feels bad a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But I would argue I should be more frugal with my soul stones so that I can get better blessings instead of just going for events where I can get rewards. But if we matched up, Goon, I wouldn't use you against him, buddy. Friends don't naive friends. That's bullshit. You know, if you queue into me, bro, you're gonna pick naive first because you know I have him. You use him against me? Oh no! Got him. Lucky you got him. Cool. Cool. You opened like 6 cards. You did more than me, bro. What the fuck? Wait, hold up. I lied. 1, 2. I got one more card on you. Get wrecked, nerd. 4 cards, got green chest, ancient shard. Let's go! Go! I already pulled Grachos with an ancient shard during CBC. Really? Why are you pulling shards during CBC? The fuck? He said friends Kappa. That's fucked up. Yo, Armand is a homie. He's a homie. He's been ever since he's started hanging out with us. He's been pretty dope. Come on, man. Not the oof. You know what? These 2 emotes get used way too much. Well, I wouldn't say too much, but they get used a lot. The salsa and the salsa pain. Oh my god, you guys love those emotes. Bro, I see fruit. I'm gonna snitch on fruit. Fruit just goes into a stream with it. He doesn't there's no context whatsoever. There is just straight up. It's just straight up. He enters the chat, and the first thing he does is go. You know what I mean? I peeped it. Brother. You say my hammers at home? How dare you? Yep, use them everywhere. Same. Oh, you said hello? Where would you use Grachos in PvE? Hydra. That's not muchacho. Where's Muchachos? God, this guy looks so cool. It's his face, bro. There is an argument that I'm pretty sure we could probably do a block damage type composition with him. So if you want to use him for early clan boss teams for Demon Lord, maybe. Decreased defense and block buff is a good buff or a good debuff set for Hydra content. And then he also heals and stuff like that too. So yeah, maybe Hydra there for progressing accounts. He may not be the absolute best, but he may be an alternative option, you know? God, this guy looks cool. I don't want him for the sake of wanting him to use him. I want him for the reward. So, if you don't know, where is it? See if I find the link. We talked about this before already, but I'm going to show you guys again. if you get all 4 of these champions, so Daily Login, Fusion, the Muchachos right now, and then Balar, you'll get those rewards. So you get a avatar profile frame, a Skull of Treason, that's kind of really enticing. Opening Gambit, and then 3 ores, and then 2 other gemstones that are kind of good. I think that's Ignore Res, and then the other one is, I forgot. Increased turn meter for every % of HP loss or something like that? Or a certain percentage? Like 10%, 20% or something like that? Third eye on his chest was a cool detail. Yeah, it's moving around, looking around for him. Yeah, it's dope. I was just thinking though, if that's his eyeball, like the one he actually looks around with, what if he goes to sleep and he puts the covers over his eyes? He can't see? Is he blind? Okay. All right, never mind. But if he lays down, face, like ass up, face down on the ground, but he lands in dirt, does he have dirt in his eye? Okay, I'm done. So you're only missing the Balar Soul? No, I'm missing... I don't have Muchachos. I don't have Muchachos either. I have Tholan and I have Lamincy. Everybody that did the fusion and did the daily login should have those champs. But I don't have group Muchachos, even though I would love to get them. And then I don't have Balar. Balar is the... I'm pretty sure they're probably going to do another couple of events for Balar, to be honest, so... That's why this one is kind of like, I thought about it, but like, unless I had the guaranteed means of being able to get, I don't know, maybe some Soulstone deals or something like that, then I would be maybe inclined to go for it, but you need 1,000 per, and it's like, what, 40 cards? I got the cards that I flipped so far has just been me farming stuff. I guess I could do it that way too. Buy energy and just go heavy on farming, and then maybe grab some of that. I'd have to do a lot within the last 9 hours, which I know how. It's just a resource issue. I just don't have the resources. That's all it is. But yeah, if I had like Soulstones or whatever, I knew I could get some more, then I probably would. It is what it is, brother. It's not 10x this week for him. I know we got the 2x Sacreds. Yeah, it is going to be a 10x for him. From Sacreds. Yeah, 2x, 10x. 10x's are kind of scamazzy, but with 2x on the board, maybe? It's a bit copium. But that maybe. What's crazy about that champion chase that's coming up this week, though, or tomorrow, is gonna be the blessing. People that want to get Titus up and running are gonna go hard for that blessing. What can you do with Lamincy? I actually have not read her kit. You're gonna hate me for this, but let's find out. Where's she at? Oh, she looks cool. She looks like a Valkyrie. Attacks one enemy 2 times. If the target's under a shield buff, each hit has a 25% chance of decreasing the value of the shield by 10%. Will also ignore 50% of the target's res if the target is from the Corrupted Alliance. If the target's not under any shields, it will ignore 10% of the target's defense instead. I need to know about her multipliers. One enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 100% chance of removing 2 random buffs from the target. Will also ignore 50% of the target's res if they are a part of the Corrupted. This skill deals more damage to the value of the target's current turn meter. Ooh. Attacks all enemy 2 times. The first hit has a 75% chance of placing a heal reduction debuff for 2 turns. The second hit is a chance to place block buffs. 50% though. What? Will also ignore 50% of the target's res of the targets from the Corrupted Alliance. So at fully booked, that's 75 and 100. Okay. And of course, receives less damage. This is like a legendary version of Venom Mage in terms of her passive. Without being able to see her multipliers, I really don't have like a distinctive place I'd want to use her. 1500 for an attack type nuker is not bad. 99 speed's a little slow for base. Does anybody know her multipliers off the rip? Lemonici. That's how you say her name, right? Those multipliers are kind of low. That turn meter scaling, though, might be a bit of a difference maker. Yeah, 2x multiplier for the A3 kind of sucks. A2 might not be bad. I don't know. Without using her, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Or, sorry, building her. So I don't have high expectations with this champion, to be honest, at the moment. Just reading her kit, it's okay. I mean tomorrow, yeah, 2x, 10x tomorrow for Balar, yeah. Hoball has some good pulls at this. Got my third Trunda, but still nothing else for that team. Yo, third Trunda's not bad though. What's up, really fat? How you, man? Daity's better? You think Daity's better than Lemonici? That's crazy. Unzips Chase, MasterCard, Amex, Premium, Black Card. Yep, I'm gonna try. You're a mad lad. Knowing my luck, Jungle's gonna be in my bracket. Yo, you heard him. That was the wildest declaration I've ever heard somebody say. He said, "Anybody that's in my bracket, save your resources." That's a bar. That's a bar if I ever heard one, brother. Yo. That was the fattest bar of like saying don't try. And to be honest with you, I hate to say it because I seen what he has. I wouldn't try him. I'm just gonna be real. I'm gonna keep it a bug, dog. Yeah, I'm good, dog. You got it, dog. Is Balar worth it? Depending on your focus of content, yes. I think as an option, particularly for Chimera, yes. Other areas of the game, I can't say. They should have just let her grow shield and she would have been good to me. You don't have Brogni and the rest of them, though, so you're thinking in hindsight, you know? And you know that he don't fuck around. Well, he fucks around. He fucks around a little too much sometimes, but yeah. That's a bar that I don't hear many people say. I've only said it one time, and a motherfucker tried me too, and I had to put my and it was a kind of a similar tournament. I was like, yo, don't try it. I'm getting this. One person DM'd me, he's like, are you going for it? And I said, yeah, probably. And he was like, all right, I'm not going to try then. I appreciate that guy. I think that was the Lydia blessing for that one. But there was one, I forgot, what was it? What was it that I went ham for that I made sure I got? It was a champ training event. No, that was Lydia. I'm thinking of somebody else then. There was one time I did it, and I don't do that very often. So, like, when someone makes a hard declaration like that, you know they're bringing the heat. But here's the thing, though. There has been times where I've seen, God, which one was it? It was a guaranteed champion that you won if you won the tournament bracket. And there was two motherfuckers that went ban for ban. But that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. One person was like, yo, don't go for it. The other person was like, bet. And they went toe to toe. I don't know who won that one, though. I have Balar and I can put books into him if I need to. Conditional, right? Obviously, like, it depends on the focus, depends on the comps and all that you can build around him. But yeah, there's some teams that use him in Chimera. I remember Soul tried to stat to me. No way. I didn't do that. Why would I step up to my benefactor? Come on. You like how I got that? You know, he got humble quick. All right, you need to relax. Was it for Odin? No. It was the bracket that me and Amatsu ended up in. We had an agreement, and that was, and I did that out of kindness too, motherfucker. It was Alice in Wonderland event dungeon. He and I ended up in the tournament. He got first place. I got second place. But I said, as long as like third place doesn't push me, I won't pressure one. So we both just kind of watched that bracket just to make sure that like we stayed in number 1 and number 2. This motherfucker is over here. Yeah, it was for relic materials for event dungeon. We had to farm for ED anyways, But the bracket also allowed for you to get like relic mats, and that was for the Cat's Gaze at the time when it first came out. So everybody was all hot and bothered about Cat's Gaze. That was the one, and you know what? This is karma. Now that I think about it, this is kind of like reverse karma for your bitch ass, because that was my first ever set of pulls, remember? And I did it with just you, and I fucking got my Cat's Gaze. Yeah, motherfucker. I think I could compete with some people in a chat trading bit, but I'm pretty tapped on swords. Yeah. Champ Chase is not just what you use; it's what you have. Or it's not what you use; it's what you get. So, truth be told, if you just get like banger after banger, then you're good. If you don't, like, there's a lot of people who can pull like a shit ton of charge, but they don't get like anything good out of it. Then they're fucking hurt for points. Probably an epic book and some gems. My name ain't Charles, bro. I wasn't going for top 100. No, I'm sorry, Charles. I don't know why you cut the stray. My bad, dog. My bad. No. God, man. I want to rip my soul stones, man. I do. I really do, and it's bad. I got the itch. But I should hold them. I should hold them, right, chat? I should hold them. I should hold them until we get a 2x. Hold until 2x. Come on, you can do it, Soul. Ugh. I'm open. You know what I want them to do? I want them to do a 2x for mediums at the very least, but I would also be open to the Eternal Soulstone 2x too. I got enough for 4 pulls, almost 5. I will have a guaranteed 5 actually, because I could just take and convert the 300 into this. That's 2 more right there. So I'd have at least 5 big pulls. Yeah, I'd be down. They need to pull another 2x for me soon. I have a feeling they're gonna do one next week. That's why I'm holding. It's my tinfoil hat theory. I don't know if I have any substance to go off of. They're either gonna do that or they're gonna do a freaking what do you call it? A Prism Jewel event. I'm gonna be mad. But I want a 2x Soulstone event. Rip him, dude? No. Nah, rip them? Shut up, goon. Grudges look so cool, though. Ripping is the only choice. Rip them like you ripped those primals. Okay, you just killed any desire I want to pull now. Not forcing you, but there's a 6-star myth under one of them. Don't conyo me. Anyone knows what stats Vergis needs to solo Scarab Doom Tower hard? I don't know off the top of my head, but I mean, like, if you got the resistance and all that stuff, probably just... This may sound kind of mad funny, but, like, if you do, like, 4,000 defense and 100,000 K HP, it's probably normally enough for most PvE content. Then just as much speed as you can get, I guess. I don't know. I have 32. I have 3 soul stones and 9,200 coins. Of the big ones, or you mean like the mediums, or what? Healing relic also helps Vergis a lot too. I keep forgetting about relics. Yeah. When in doubt, elixir out, baby. Three Eternals. Ooh. That's not bad. Right now, I could get technically... Well, it actually depends, because I need 1 pop right here to get 300, and then if I get 1 more, which I would be able to, I could technically do another 10 pop, which will give me another 300 on top of that. I think I'm still short, but I would get close to like 5 or 6 of the big boys. But I want them to do a 2x for everything, like enhance the crap out of the rates and whatnot, so I can rip to my heart's content and hopefully get some bangers, God, imagine I get everything I want inside these pulls, and then I can go back to primal pulls and get my Gala. The man can dream. So can you do an account coaching for me sometime this weekend? Possibly. If you're serious about it, then submit a takeover form. If you do exclamation takeover, that'll let you know everything I'm looking for in terms of like the logistics. And then if you're serious about it, send me a DM after you fill out the form, and then we can maybe schedule it out. Yeah, 73 ally attackers plus your Carl plus Kryota could do Fire Knight 10, albeit slow. I think it's too inconsistent. Both Kryota and your Carl don't have guaranteed A1s. So it's a bit RNG, possibly, but there's a very high chance you'll fail. I'll be gone after Monday, though. That tough titties, brother. I want my Soulstone event, damn it. I'm ready to nut. I said it. It's out there. Forget it. I'm committed now. Is there anywhere else you can get some extra Soulstone? Oh, yeah. S13. I got to prioritize that. Shit, that might be enough to give me my next one, too. Hold up. S7. There's actual Soulstones in the thing, too? Oh, my God. I got work to do, boys. What about normal? Man, normal don't give you nothing, man. You just get a little bit of energy. Some arena refills, I guess. You get some coins from the boss. That's it. This is how you know I'm privileged. Look at this shit. 2 legendaries and the rest are red, bro. I just threw red at this guy. I probably could have done more too. Now that I think about it. Hey, yo, hold up. I feel like I'm like self-judging myself now. I'm sorry. That was too far. No one should give a bit more. Coming from a guy that can't do hard, yeah. Exclamation, Amy is takeover. Why do I hear that in your voice? Just trying to figure out something to get through the Marius missions. No, I'm with you. If you're willing to manual it, but isn't the quest require you to do it on auto? Question mark? Another one bites the dust. And another one. Another one. Another one bites the dust. Dude, I wish I can give you foe. I wish I could trade you at least one G-Nut. That would make it a lot more possible. How many of you guys want a G-Nut? I got 2 extra I can give. I could give 1 pair of nuts to you guys. Who wants a pair of nuts? I don't even have one. Yeah, I pulled him recently. I forgot what Mercy I popped for, but I pulled him recently. And I don't know. I feel like... yeah, I got 5. Shit, I mean, you think that's bad? Look at my fucking Brognies, man. I don't know why this game thinks I want more dwarves right now at the moment. What else do I have an excessive amount of? Fucking Lady of Iris can go too, for all I care. Jesus. Shadowcan, I barely got this filled out. So we're not doing that anytime soon. I got a shit ton of Theodores, but okay, so the Theodores and the Cabalexes came from a Prism. So that's why I was able to get like a +4. I'm still not there with Dark Elves. Undead's actually starting to kind of stack up quite a bit too. I thought about maybe taking down this, putting up something like this, and then like empowering Mashalad. Nope. Skinny Boys, I got a crap ton of the Ukos at one point. Actually, no, it wasn't the Ukos. It was Gwendolyn. And then barely filled this one out. Still not done. Wait, how many factions am I not done? I'm not done yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I got 4 factions I still need to fill out all the way. You nasty. Switch a GNet for a Trunda? Deal. Commission 2 GNets to piss people off. All right, I'm not trying to do all that. Jungle cheated. He uses Senna. Fuck you. Fuck you, Jungle. Want a Feral? Sure. I would trade 1 GNet for a Trend and I'd trade 1 GNet for a Feral. Easy. What is commission? Basically, it's like a permanent lock. What's the way I can show you? So you see how these guys are grayed out? They're no longer in my champion pool, but they are permanently in my Faction Guardian. So it removes it from your champion pool, but you keep and retain the bonuses. So if I take any of these champions and I permanently like commission them, they're no longer in my champion pool. Like I can't use them because they're gone, but they would be available. To be honest with you, commissioning is a whale thing. It's only for like people who have like astronomically excessive amounts of champions and they need space. That's literally all it's for, is space. I'm not that guy. Like if you want to see my vault, it's not maxed out. And plus, I think I still got like rares and shit that I could probably get rid of. Right? Matter of fact, wait a minute. All right. So those are gone. But right, they should be gone now. Yeah, see, I got my space back. That's it. Yeah, that's literally it. Start empowering your nuts. Yeah, I don't want my nuts to be any bigger than they already are, bro. I'm turning left. Duck. Wait, why is it showing? What the fuck? Oh, there they are. Couldn't see my nuts for a second. Dude, y'all are... Okay, I gotta figure out if it's worthwhile for me to have more than one Lazarius. I thought about empowering my Laz. If I got a second one, I could see an argument for maybe empowering my first +2 for him. And to be honest with you, that opens the door for him being one of my top fastest champions in the game. Sort of. Or I could build him for Damosh. I don't know. I think maybe having 2 might be the play. We'll think about empowerment and all that shit later. Oh, anybody want a Gizmac? I could also trade that too. But you want to give me something good. Who wants a Gizmac? I don't need any more Gizmacs. Well, maybe if nah, I don't need more Gizmacs. Well, maybe. Yes, please trade you a Wix. I don't want a Wix well, dog. I barely use the 2 I have, man. I don't use the 2 I have. What? You can't trade little Gizzy. Why not? Two Trundas for a Gizmac? Ooh. I don't think think that's still worth it for me, though. Kami and Gizzy for a gala. No. I'm keeping at least one Kami. Come on, bro. But I would trade you my Gizzy for your gala. Yeah, if you have a gala, I'll take a gala. Shit. I'll trade your Giz for my Giz. Let the gear be on him, though. Hold on. Ooh, that's actually a good piece. Hold up. I forgot I had gear on him still. You got a nice win, bro? It's been a minute now. I've had it for a little bit. I'll give you your favorite. +4 Gal Cut. Somebody ban Armand, please. You can get some twigs off my fail for some other stuff. What? No. Not that one, the other one? Nah, I'm keeping that Gizmac. That +4. Dude, do you know how many people are intimidated by my +4 Gizmac? And I don't even think it's that serious. They see +4 and they fucking start panicking over this shit. It's wild. I mean, it's cool, but like, it's wild, bro. What do I want? Okay, obviously, I think the last two big ones I want is obviously Galathier. No, I get those two. I'm pretty much good for a little bit. If I go for any more primals at that point, I'm literally just trying to go for empowerment, which might be a little too degenerate, for being honest. Yeah, but I think my champion pool has expanded enough. Like, I mean, if you look at what I have right now, currently, my Toshiro's not fully empowered or awakened. My Siegfried, my Gizmac. I don't have a single. Okay, that's not true. I have a lot of champions that are not 6-star awakened. Yeah. Alaz, Gizmac, Siegfried, Toshiro, Cock, Nais, Kami, Ashnar, Embrius, Theodosa. I would love at least one blessing on Theodosa. My God, I'd kill for one right now. So I think it is like I'm gonna take the advice of my boys, man. I think the idea right now should be to improve my blessings. Once I get my blessings on board, then we can start talking towards other options and whatnot from there. I think that's the play. Time for before work in an hour. Y'all be good. Y'all be safe, Ace. You're gonna be working late, huh? I'm actually about to get off myself here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go on the grind for a little bit. See if I can get some better blessings for some of my chimps. And then once we start rounding those out a little bit more, I think I'll switch back over to some primal pulls. Double shift yet today. Yeet. Okay, get your money, brother. Yeah, let's get off. I got nothing else to do right now at the moment anyways. All right, boys and goyles. I hope you guys all enjoyed yourselves. Tomorrow's going to be a pretty fun day. I'll try to see if I can get my laundry loaded and all that good stuff. And I'll have the red shirt available for tomorrow because we'll do some sharp pulls for anybody that wants me to. If you're doing the chase tomorrow. Chimera will also probably be a big focus tomorrow too as well. So just keep your eyes peeled for that, depending on time. And all the other good stuff, you know? We'll probably see if we can set that up. Anyways, I hope you guys all enjoyed today's stream. If you guys haven't already considered, if you haven't already considered following your boy on social media, make sure you do so. !social and !discord will give you a link to all my links, including YouTube, which we're trying to grow out the community more on there. So if you guys want to support your boy that way, check out some of the videos and do all that stuff that I got going on there. It's a great way to do it. So definitely feel free to. I don't know if there's anybody live that I want to raid right now. So if I don't say anything, I probably won't. I'll double check, but I don't think so.
Give your families, give
your close with some love, and always remember,
stay ascended.
I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Yeah, I'm not gonna rate anybody. You guys find who you disperse on your own. Take care, guys. Bye bye. Let's go.